Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mr. Pell, are you there? Welcome. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I think Pell does. Pell, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you, Simon. Pell, can you hear me? Welcome, welcome everybody. Welcome to Nile Nation Network. Today is an important day for us. We're streaming live. And yeah, I apologize for that because of the technical problem. There's no volume. I really apologize for that. I just want to welcome you guys to the Nile Nation Network again. Today is March the 27th, 2021. Our topic of today is, why is the role of the traditional leaders important in South Sudan? It's an important topic for everybody, especially us South Sudanese. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jojo Paul. I'm a co-host, and I'm from Canada. And I'll give the mic to all my co-hosts and everybody that's on screen to really introduce themselves really quick in a minute, starting from Pell, going all the way to William, and then to Otho. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joyce, for the opportunity. Yes, my name is Pal Red Shoal Jock. Simply, we put it there on the screen, Pal Jock, and I'm co-host. I'm not sure what I can say for the viewers. Thank you for logging in, but if the volume is not, maybe try to increase it from your end there. Because here we put everything at max. probably you need to check your device there. Maybe you need to put it also to the max. Otherwise, we apologize if you can hear our voices or the music when we played it. But anyway, welcome all of you. Thank you. Uh, I will give the other chance to introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. My name is Maburkong, and also too, you seen it there is welcome aboard the noon name on the Facebook. So uh, I'm a member of the chorus, and thank you. Give it to William.
Hi, everybody. It's here
Thank you.
William Goldit. I'm co-host of Nile Nation Network, and thank you for being with us today. Thank you.
Honorable.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you to everybody, all the viewers who is watching all over the world. My name Otto Awang. I think you can see it down there. And our topic is important today. Please try to come and share with us how you think about our country. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for briefly introducing yourself. Today is important day for us. It's our day for coming live. Let us share, guys. Let us share in the groups, in all the networks that we have. Let us keep sharing, and let us come together and educate ourselves. Uh, with that being said, the topic is very clear. It's why is the role of the traditional leaders important in South Sudan? Uh, before we go to the topic, we have some weekly highlights. We want to do something different today to explore, because we said Nile Nation Network is for news and promoting our local artists and debates and panel. So today we're doing weekly highlights. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and read that. Our weekly highlights from Nile Nation Network are: last week, the unified forces were targeted when coming on boats from Ulang to Melakal. They were attacked by the Apadang youth. Uh, the unified forces training site in Lowerang, Eastern Equatoria State, were attacked and burned down. 5 soldiers were killed, including a commander. Apadang militia attacked the residents of the POCs in Melakal, who are coming out to welcome the new governor of Upper Nile State. More than 6 innocent people lost their lives due to the barbaric attack by the militias. Those are the brief weekly highlights. Thank you guys for listening. And we're going to go back to our topic. And I would like to welcome my co host, Pel Jock, to define and brainstorm and educate us with the topic. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Pel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Juju. It's a pleasure to be here again. Our viewers, thank you for tuning in, and we hope that as we are coming here to educate ourselves, to inform ourselves, and we have a great hope on you that also you will join us and share us, and please give us also your argue, your knowledge of what we are talking about, because we are here, all of us, to learn. and not just only that, also to stimulate the grassroots, so at least they will be informed and to be empowered, and they know their rights, while when their rights has been taken away from them. Yeah, before I go to the topics, just for the highlights right there, I can just add something very quick also. I think all of us, we see in the news that Tuek Tuek in Warab state, they got, I think, graduated, and James Johnson Okot were there, and the governor of Warab state were there, and then they were informed that they will be dispatched for them to execute their mandate. I just want to bring that really with what happening. We are graduating these Tuek forces, but they are not part of the unified forces. They are kind of those militias. They are like Dut Kubany and Matiang Anyor. But they were already graduated while the unified forces camps are being burned down, attacked, killed the personnels there, and try to let them run away. So I think this is the time government should take it seriously. Instead of empowering these militias, please graduate the unified forces so at least they can protect the civilian there. So I think I will leave it there, but let's go to our topic. Today we're going to be talking about, even we put it in form of question, why is the role of the traditional leaders important in South Sudan? We see several times, we see traditional leaders come in certain events. We see them in capital cities of all the states that we have. They come, some of them wearing uniforms, some of them wearing those marks to show that they are the traditional leaders. Some of them wearing uniform, like civil servant of the city councils, right? But they look different still, we can tell. We are seeing them coming a lot. We're seeing them showing up in those events, but yet we kind of not sure what is their role. I know that when they come to existence, those traditional leaders, they were there before the before Britain came and colonized South Sudan. They were there, but they were coming in a different way. So simply, how to be a traditional leader? Most of the time, the traditional leaders come by the virtue of being maybe a son of a traditional leader. So after their father died, they will take over. Like people will allow him to take over to be the chief. We have so many names for them, right? Also, recently we realized that there is also in certain areas when there is dispute, where two families that maybe their ancestor were also participating in the traditional leaders, but now there is dispute who's to take over this time. So they will do something like a democracy. They will be voted. People will line up behind the person that they want to be the leader. That is very rarely happen. Also, there is also a different way of maybe it's like showing favor to somebody, and I see it in some areas where maybe a person will come totally from a different tribe, come dwell among certain tribe, get married, have children, and also take an oath by spear and by blood. Also, there is a cow was be slaughtered. So that person will take an oath to be part of that tribe. Sometime there will be certain exemption. Maybe they will choose him to be the leader because he showed that he will be exactly like the son and a daughter of that tribe, and they will give him that privilege to be the leader. But most of the time is just come by virtue of being a son of a leader. There is different ways we are calling them. I can say in Arabic we can call them Sultan, Nazir, Sheikh, Amda. All these names are revolving around the same role of the traditional leaders, or sometimes we call them traditional chiefs. Normally, they work very closely under the city council. Most of the time, they work under the leadership of the city council. As I told you guys, we are coming here to educate ourselves. You can come and add your information, and I know that I have my brothers and sister here at the show with me. Also, they can give us their input. But what we are trying to look into today, pretty much, is their role, which we think that their role it's very important, because as they are helping the government or the system of governance at the rural area, right? So at least there will be law and order in the place. They make sure that crime doesn't happen like the way it is. But it's very unfortunate. Let me say it in this way with a sense of humor. The traditional leaders today, the majority, like there is a lot of them that came to city. They start drinking Coke and Pepsi. Of course, I feel like they lost their wisdom there. Some of them become really biased, and they just go with what the government say, right? But pretty much, what I know so far, the real traditional leaders back in the rural areas, back in the villages, those people, they stand for the right. They just say their word, right? And they have to make sure they are responsible of what they are saying. They stand for the right, the truth, okay, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sometimes there could be some games that being played, being bribed, and things like that. But guess what? When the will of people or the truth is surface, even there is a joke that they will go to the person that bribed them. They will say, you know what? I think we won't be able to defeat this. So it seemed like telling him, forget about what you give me the bribe, right? I can give it back to you, but the truth is surface, and we have to abide by the truth. So they are truth worthy leaders. But now I'm kind of not sure with those who came to the cities and urban areas. It seemed to be the truth is not there anymore. They become biased at some point. But these are the things that they can help the government in so many things. The important roles that we are thinking today of what they can play. You know, in our country, we have community disputes. It's happening a lot. Those people, they can help in those community disputes. We have cattle raiding. Those people, they can help in those cattle raiding. Also, they form small courts. Like I remember when I was in South Sudan, about 30 years ago, I remember something called محكمة قروية, يعني محكمة بتاع بلد. So they were, if there is any dispute because of pregnancy, things like that, they resolve those issues before you go to court, right? And they fine you, they charge you. That's, of course, they don't jail you, but they charge you a goat, a cow, something, money, right? And then so people will be disciplined, so they don't do a lot of mistakes. We can utilize them also. I know the early marriages, it's something that we get to know now is not a good thing. But also, if they get educated and they get informed, they can help also in early marriages, because they will take it as a law, they will take it by themselves. Because we know the early marriages is also has a lot of health issues, like we see now, a lot of ladies going for surgery to fix certain problems because of the early marriages. Or maybe they call it in Arabic Nasur al-Bawli. I forget the name in English, but I can remember it later on. That is one of the things to do with the early marriages, so they can help in that. They can help also in education. Really, if they get informed, they can send their children to schools so they can be well educated and things like that. I know there is a lot of things that we can talk about. They can help in health, in education, and so many things if they get informed. So I'm not gonna go so much. I would like to give also a chance to my colleagues that are in the studio with me. And it's the same question that we are talking about, which is, what is the role of the traditional leaders? Why is the role of the traditional leaders is important in South Sudan? Maybe I will give the mic to Mabor Welkong, if you can also interject on that.
The role of the important
Sorry,
role of
you were talking, but you were unmuted. So I unmuted you, so you can start speaking. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
From the
Yeah,
beginning.
I was really trying to talk. I said welcome for all everybody. And these important things is for all 64 tribes. And 64 tribes is it's important for them. It doesn't matter who you are belong to, any corner, because like it said, what is the role of the traditional leaders? The traditional leaders are the people who we get to know first before we know any others. Unless if you were in the city, if you were not in the city, you were in the village, the first people you get to know first is your mom. That's the first person. And then the second one is your dad, brothers. And then later you go to the role of the leader, which is your traditional leader that guide you. You know that is the one if you done a mistake. So this is all the important thing that we need to talk about it today. What is their important role in this society of South Sudan, and where they start doing this? Is it before British colonial, or they came after the colonial came into our country? So this is the important thing. Come to also to women. I always quote it. I always don't leave right for a woman. Woman right is an important thing, because by marriage, which is a child marriage, from 18 come down, anything that done as an arrangement marriage, it have no any control for she. So this is the important thing that we need to talk about. And when you highlight these two things, they are very important. And where I should stop, I will stop for being saying that let come on with understanding and analyze what should be the important to all of us. Come to cattle raiding is another issues that can even involve our traditional leaders. Without them, nobody can do anything because there are people who were sheep within those areas. They know exactly what's happening if they don't involve in corruption. Because the corruption, it become too much now. It even take the community into involvement aside of the leader of the country. So this is what I could see that I will add, and then I will give it back to our brother Spell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mabor. I think with the same token also, I would like to give Mr. Ruto a chance also to give us his input based on the question that we ask.
Okay. Thank you, Pearl, and viewers and co-host of this Nine Nation Network. We're truly here to discuss the issue of Southern Sudan, which is facing our people. Not easy at this time. If you get the news from South, you will get surprised. My condolences to all communities, families who lost their loved one. It's really bad, but we know what's going on. We have to take it from there, what's going on. Sad to come here and say things like that, but anyway, we have a topic. Next time, maybe we will discuss that issue. في عنوان بتاع النهارده طبعا بتكلم دور بتاع القادة التقليديين في جنوب السودان. أهمية بتاعهم شنو؟ ناس كتار ما عارفين بتكلم عن الديمقراطية، وفي نفس الوقت ما عارفين الديمقراطية ببدأ من وين. تبدأ من تحت لفوق، ما من الفوق لتحت. اللي بيجي من الفوق لتحت ده ديكتاتورية، لكن بمشي من تحت لفوق ده الديمقراطية الحقيقية. النهارده كل الجنوبين تعبانين، ببكوا في كل الشوارع في كل مدن في جنوب السودان. هم دايرين بس يلقى فرصة عشان يدي الصوت بتاعه، لكن القاعد في دار الناس في جوبا ما قاعد يديهم فرصة. ما هم براهم بس، لكن القادة التقليديين بقى ما عندهم أي دور ولا رؤية. الناس المفروض يحلوا مشاكل بتاعت الأراضي، مشاكل بتاعت المدن، داري يخططون كيف ويشاورهم، مشاكل بتاعت الاجتماعية البسيطة زي الأخ فيل كلمكم قبل شوية. كان عندنا في جنوب السودان محاكم بقولوا الغروية، جاي من كلمة غرية. شغلهم شنو؟ في حاجات بسيط المفروض يتحلى في وقت بتاعه، لكن لما نسيبه ما قاعد نحله في وقت بتاعه، يا بمشي بيجيب المشاكل وبيجيب الموت. ده أدوار ربك ما في. قال أي حاجة حكومة يمن يجي ذاته ما جاي على أساس يعمل عدالة، لكن بشوف هو بكون من ياتو جهة. لو بيهتم لأي قبيلة وقبيلة دي مشكلة مع قبيلة تاني وبيجيب مع قبيلة بتاعه، وده المشكلة الموجود حاسة حاليا. Therefore, we said the traditional leaders' role is important in Southern Sudan to solve the simple things that cannot cost the life. But a lot of people, they just ignore it, and government, they're ignoring it. Like land grabbing, I think this thing very simple. If you get one from village today, it can walk you what the border between this tribe and this tribe. But in South Sudan now, because of insecurity, and this was made intentionally so people, they don't move or they don't tell the truth. That's why now we are suffering, and will continue like that if we don't stand up. We have to stand up for our rights, for voiceless rights, and we all accountable about what we are doing. It's not something easy, but we will try. We have a lot to talk about. For example, the early marriage. That thing is hitting some community really, which is something need to be considered as the community negative attitude coming to our traditional communities marriage. We cannot do, no one among us here will allow any girls age below 18 years cannot be married. We're supposed to restrict that, because what's going on now, they are not going to have any education, they are not going to have any future. This is hurting all South Sudanese, not some communities, but it's something need to be restricted so that we can move forward. Anyway, I'm going to talk a lot. I'm not going to touch the cow.
قبل ما تمشي أخ أوطو، بس خليني أسألك سؤال. طبعا من الاسم معروف أوطو من قبيلة الشلوك. احنا عارفين انه في الغادة او الغادة التقليديين موجودين برضو في قبيلة شلوك، ممكن يتمثل في شيوخ مثلا او عمد او سلاطين، لكن في نفس الوقت برضو قبيلة الشلوك عندهم نظام ملكي، زي أنيوك برضو عندهم نظام ملكي. تقريبا أنا كنت بسمع برضو جرشول، جربل، أشولي، يعني قبائل اللوى عندهم النظام الملكي ده، لكن يمكن في بعض القبائل يمكن شبه تكاد انعدم حسا، ما عدا يمكن قبيلتين الشلوك وأنيوك بصورة واضح. حتى مابان برضو من المفروض هم نظام ملكي كجزء من قبائل اللوى، لكن برضو ما بنسمع انه فين ملك بتاع مابان، لكن بنسمع ملك بتاع أنيوك وشلوك. طيب الغادة التقليديين يعني زي ما شوف في ملكال، في كان شيخ الدقو في ملكال يعتبر هو شيخ تقليدي عمدة او سلطان. طيب وبرضه في الرث اللي هو ملك بتاع الشلوك. كده بس ممكن تدينا فكرة انه الاثنين ديل بيشتغلوا كيف قبل ما يتعاملوا مع مجلس بلدية اللي بيتمثل في مدراء التنفيذيين والضباط الإداريين؟
شكرا على السؤال. في بداية نوضح لكم النظام الحكم
بطريقة مختصرة يعني.
ماشي. نظام الحكم عند قبيلة الشلوك. طبعا نظام الحكم أو نظام القانوني الموجود عندنا في قبيلة الشلوك بتركز في 3 حاجات. واحد بيكون في مك فوق، وبعده في شيوخ، وبعده في شيوخ بتاعت الأمودة اللي هو بتاعت الأمودية، وبعد كده في شيوخ بتاع شنو المدن الصغيرة أو القرى. الشغل بتاعهم شنو؟ بتاع القرى هم بنظروا للقضايا البسيطة زي خلافات بين الشخص والشخص، أو لو في مشكلة حصل بين قرية وقرية تاني هم ممكن يحسموا قبل ما يتطور. لكن لو يتطور بعد كده بمشي للأمودية، وبعد كده الأمودية بمشي برفعه في الشارع. في قضايا أصلا متقسم، في قضايا الأساسية مسيرية، وفي قضايا البسيطة. بالنسبة للقضايا البسيطة زي مثلا الخلافات بتاعت اسم بتاعت الإرث ده بتحل محليا، وإلا لو حصل مثلا قتل ولا حاجة زي ده بعد كده بترفع لوين؟ لفشوده. وفي فشوده طبعا بيكون في مك، وفي نفسه جنبه كمان في اللي هو شيوخ الكبار يعني زي مجلس الشيوخ. من هنا هم بنظروا للقضية، بعد ما ينظروا للقضية بعد كده مجلس الشيوخ بقرر وبعد كده المك باخد القرار على الضوء بتاع شنو القرار طلب باغلبيه. ده نظام عندنا في القبيله بتاعت الشلوك. بالنسبه للموضوع بتاع مثلا اضرار اللي بيحصل للبنات البسيطين للبنات وحاجه زي ده، طبعا بتوقف على اهل البيت. ومعظم اللي طبعا حمل ما كان حاجه موجود اصلا في المجتمعات بتاعنا، لكن حصل طبعا حصل ونتيجه للحرب الموجود في جنوب السودان. ديل يا عامل خلل شويه، لكن بدري كان الناس متحفظين والاشياء اللي قاعد يحصل هسه ما كان قاعد يحصل، لكن نتيجه للحرب. فالمهم نحن داير نركز على حكومه بتاع جنوب السودان لازم يطلع قوانين اللي بيعمل حمايه للاطفال اللي لسه صغيرين ما يعرفوا حياه زوجيه دي شنو. ده اهم حاجه واحد داير يقولها.
Thank you, Brother Otto. Thank you for answering. I think with the same token, also, Mr. William, if you can give us a little bit based on the question that we asked, why is the role of the traditional leaders is important in South Sudan? And also because I added the same question, I think to Otto. Before also Mabur can think of it and answer it. I know maybe in Mabur area, maybe there is no kingdoms, but maybe he can tell us a little bit how does it work, how the person will come to the leadership to be called chief or Umda or Sultan or Nazir or Paramount Chief, those kind of things. He will let us know. It'll give us a little bit how it's come to be the leader or traditional leader in your way of the community. But before that, Mr. William, can you please give us also your take on why the role of the traditional leader is important?
شكرا بيل وشكرا audience with NNN. Yeah, it's a very important topic to our country. But قبل ما نمشي هناك خلينا ناخد فرصة شوية نعمل to send my condolence التحذي بتاعي لأسرة الشهداء القتل الجبان في ملكال والبربريك act from Equa up and down. I know they will say no, why you are saying this one, but is هو السلطة في يدينهم. يمكن في هم بيقولوا دائما إن we are protecting the institutions هو مؤسسات بتاع الدولة. I don't know أتلو باليت أين المؤسسات أننا بنتكلم فوقه. فالمؤسسات اللي هم بيتكلموا to protect it هو to kill people. That's it, we know it. So إذا كان الشخص قتل في تهدى المسؤولية بتاعك أنت بتجيب ناس القتلوا ناس الركبوا الجريمة أنت بتجيبه قدام القانون. بس إذا أنت بتخطيه وأنت بتقول كلام ده ما حصل وأنت تدافع مع أنت ذاته المسؤول. شفت كيف؟ فالآن الشيء ده نقوله إن مثلا أسرة الشهداء هما يمكن وردي عم بقول إن مثلا الشهداء لم يقتل أبدا. شهداء أي شهيد لم يقتل، الكل ماتوا، الدم ثفق ومبارية ماتوا عشان القضية بتاع السلام في جنوب السودان، وأسماء كله بيكونوا مكتوب في تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان والعالم كله. أما ناس القتلة الماشوا قتلوا ركبوا الجرائم هما أسماء بتاعه بيكون مكتوب في تاريخ أسود في جنوب السودان، وكلام ده واضح. إذا مو جسر الأرض ده عنده وقت بتاعهم بيوقف، وده لا قاعد. الناس اللي هو بيس سبويلر معروف إن مثلا لما نيجي السلام يعني في ناس عنده فيو بتاعهم وعندهم interest بتاعه أو privileges the way they view the world. أو إذا كان عندهم سلطة بيقول إن السلطة ده أننا لازم نضله كده، البريفليج ده لازم نضله كده. فلما يجي السلام اللي بخدم للناس كلهم هم بيكونوا خايفين، لانه بترجموا الكلام ده كتهديد لافكارهم او للسلطه او للثروه الموجود في يدينهم. ف those people who died, they died because of the peace, and peace is not easy. I tell you, Jesus were crucified for the peace. We all know that. But those people who has been killed in a cold blood yesterday in Malakal, they are like Jesus. They die because of the peace, and peace for sure nobody will stop that. So our topic today is very important topic. So it's better to say, is there a role of a traditional leader in Southern Sudan? Of course, no. Of course, no. Mafi. يمكن بال ذكر قبل شوية قال one of the traditional leader ضربوه. أول شيء عمره كبير وعنده أولاده وعنده ولاد أولاده، هو رجل كبير في العمر، ما في احترام، قيم بقى ما في. ف السلطة بتاع التراديشنال ليدر ما موجودة، ومنو عمل الكلام ده طبعا ده حكومة which is not good. المهم بتاع سلطة بتاعهم you know حتى لو بريطانيين استعمروا افريقيا، they created something called the house of the traditional leader or a chief. Why they did that? Because these people, they are law custodian. The parliament in Juba does not understand the culture or custom of Shuluk or Nuer or Maban or Danka. So these people, traditional leaders, they know the custom. Okay, so that's why the Bertanin Amulu house, they call it house of chief. Because when we're moving forward, we're moving with our language, we're moving with our culture, we're moving with our heritage. So we cannot move ahead without these people. You know, that's why بريطانيين عملوا البيت للسلاطين وموجود في بعض الدول في افريقيا اليوم. فالمهم بتاعهم, if we are talking about democratic transformation in Southern Sudan, how can you bring democracy if you don't cultivate it in people? So if you want country to be transformed democratically, and then you have to involve people. So to involve people, you need to start with the grassroots. With the grassroots. So who will mobilize the people to create the awareness? Is the people who are attached to them, who are at the same time traditional leaders. So it's very important for a transformation of our institution to become a democratic institution or democratic nation. Other things for economy. You know, those people, if you go to the villages, they work as a group. They work as a group. Indana fi shuluk masan fi shiba gologa work. They go to work together. So if we want to maintain social justice or social equality, that is what the people in the village, they practice. When they work together, everybody share the same thing. So if we want to improve the living standards, we need to involve the people by creating opportunity for work or employment. So the role of traditional leader is very important to create the awareness, to involve the local people, you know. So the other thing is, when we talk about advocacy, if we said advocacy, everybody have to advocate for the right for his children, for his people, for his neighbor, for himself. So if we want to be the voices of our people. The chief of the community has to advocate for the development of their areas. So if we have MP, for example, in Juba, MP does not associate with the people locally. So if there is a chief and there is a representative in the parliament and they work together, now the MP is able to reach the people on the grassroots, you know. So it's very important for the people to advocate for their right to be presented in the national parliament, you know. So those are the things, one of many things we have. To make it short, to answer what you asked it, yes, Otto already answered it. I know Nuer has, Denka has, and uh, Kwakwa has, and whoever. We have this system in different way. For in Shuluk, as Otto mentioned, the level of Ruth is a federal. Okay, like in Canada here, we is a federal, and level of the chief is provincial. So usually, if the person who has issues, he has to bring it to the court at the level of what they call Jalduang. Jalduang is the one, Jalduang Pach, the head of the village, is the one who solved the problem. And if he is not able to solve the problem, they will move it to the chief. And if chief is not able to solve the problem, maybe number of the time, is a kind like appealing. You appeal because your case, you think you was treated unfairly, you know. So sometimes if the chief is not doing his job and my case continue to be postponed and something like that, maybe I will decide to seek a solution at the Supreme Court. Now the level of the federal where Ruth is, I will reach there and I have to explain how many times I try to solve my problem locally and the chief was not able. And then Ruth, of course, will decide to intervene as a higher authority. But you have to go there when you feel that you has been treated unfairly, you know. So this is how the system work there. Yeah, but most importantly, we don't reach at the level of Supreme Court, but they deal with from the beginning with the Jalduang Pach, they call it, the head of the chief village. And then if not, they move it up to the chief. And if chief is not doing his job, and then they will move it up to the king. I remembered one of the song saying the Chuluk Gal Gal I came back, Your Majesty. I came back for the long time case. This case has not been resolved because the leader tend to be drinking. So there is two kind of the drink, the one being cooked at home and the one being bought from the bar, you know. So they are not looking at the cases. My case has not been dealt with, but that's why I am coming here at this higher level here. Well, thank you, Pell. I will yield back to you.
Thank you so much. And then I think now we have to move a little bit to the south of South Sudan, in central Equatoria, and Miss Juju will indicate us a little bit. First of all, she will let us know why is the role of the traditional leaders. It's important in South Sudan, and from there she can give us some examples as well. Miss Juju, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Loud and clear? Okay. I just wanted to, because we're here to educate ourselves.
If you can increase your volume a little bit, that will be good too.
Okay. Just give me one second.
Try your best.
Okay.
Or come closer.
Okay, let me.
I think it's good. It's good. It's good. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, put the headphones. Maybe it will be good.
Yeah. Yeah. How about this now? Better? It's good. Okay. First of all, like we introduce our topic, why is the role of the traditional leaders important in South Sudan? I wanted to say this: the role of the traditional leaders is really important, and the traditional leaders, as my colleagues have said in Arabic, they are also known as chiefs, Salatin, and sometimes we call them tribal leaders or traditional authorities. And they are found in most of the African countries, not just South Sudan. And it's working. I wanted to define this, the relationship between government institutions and traditional leaders, how it's being ignored and how it's important in Africa as a general and specifically in South Sudan. Many African governments, they sought to coexist, like in coexist with the chieftaincy institutions, because before, like what Pell has said, in the colonialism era, it was the chief and or the kingdom that the African people use. So it's only that it's been in a modern way, they made the laws into the government laws, but it's usually the disputes, like the traditional laws that people follow. So like South Africa has like traditional kingdoms, Ghana, the Ashanti, they still keep their traditional kingdoms and the traditional chiefs, just like other tribes in South Sudan, like the Shilluk. We know the Shilluk kingdom, and then most of the Equatorian tribes too. We have the Salatin, we have Sultan. Every tribe in Equatoria has their own Sultan that represent them. And to be a Sultan, it's the people that it's either inherited in your family, or it's either the people that choose you to represent them. And I just wanted to define what a tradition leader is. Many scholars have like different definitions, and I'm just going to go by one. A chief is a tradition leader of a specific tradition community who exercise authority over a number of headmen in accordance with their customary law, or within whose area of jurisdiction of a number of headmen exercise authority. And the roles and functions of the chief. The primary role of the chief is to regulate social behavior, like what author was talking about. In the Cholo kingdom, there's headmen, and they have a customary law that they follow. It's not a local government, but it's they are social leaders. And some of the common types of examples of The social relationships or the types of disputes are like grazing of livestock, cattle raiders. In equatorial land, we have that a lot. We have examples that I will give after. Fish, water and fishing, blood feuds, family disputes, early child marriage, and cattle raiders. Even in South Sudan, the post-conflict types of disputes, intercommunal disputes. You'll hear that the Denka is fighting with the Nuer, and the Sholo, the Denka is fighting with the Sholo. So those are the examples of the types of dispute. It's called post-conflict types of dispute. Land ownership and land use, like example of land grabbing, and traditional authority, family separation and reunion. Those are the functions that, and some of the disputes that the traditional chiefs do. The major, the importance of, or the influence of the chiefs, for example, over land grabbing in equatorial land. We have traditional chiefs from Central Equatoria that demanded that the government should stop the illegal land grabs in the equatorial land and the threatening of using force on the chiefs themselves or the citizens. We always hear of land grabbing in equatorial land. Everybody knows about it. And for example, like the Dinka board that fled to equatorial land and claimed to be living in Sherikad, and they're grazing with their cattle in the farming areas that some of the farmers cultivate. So it's a big issue actually in South Sudan. And those are the things that the traditional leaders have to dispute. But because the government uses forces, they ignore the traditional leaders' decisions. So due to that, this is still going on. That's why the land grabbing is still going on. And some chiefs have been accused that they've joined opposition, they've been intimidated, and most people that live some of the chiefs are being accused, sorry, and they have to run and live in the IDPs because nobody's listening to them and they become targeted. So even in the IDPs, the chiefs are still, the traditional chiefs are still practicing their leadership, because each tribe that is in the IDP has a representative from the chiefs. That's somebody that represents them. And with that being said, I will yield back to Pell, and I'll discuss furthermore on the role of the traditional leaders in South Sudan.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Juju. I hope also like there should be somebody from Western Bahar Ghazal also to join us and inform us about the role of the traditional leaders in Western Bahar Ghazal. But however, as we are going, I want you to think of very, very clearly of what do you think, where the gap happened, why the government is not acknowledging what happened, because we know these people before before Britain came and colonized us and things like that. So they were there and everything was running fine. They solved certain dispute, right? We named them all, but maybe later on we will come maybe to point by point. But what went wrong? Like, why the government is not supporting the role of the traditional chiefs, right? Why? We need to know why. Either we think about it together, or if somebody has a knowledge of why is not really the role of the traditional chiefs is not happening, because we see a lot of killing, a lot of bloodshed, a lot of land grabbing, a lot of cattle raiding, early marriages and things like that, because they are not educated. Children are not going to school. So there is something going wrong there. There's something went wrong. So before you guys answer this question, I will go to Mabor again and enlighten us a little bit. At least in Western Nuer, how do the chiefs come to existence? How do they come to the role? How do they come to the power, the chiefs? If it is, we are in the same in agreement, whereas is always the sons of chiefs that take over and after their the legacy of their parents or their dad. Mabor.
Thank you for having me. Actually, I will cut from where I know, because where I don't, someone may come in later plan more, because Nuer culture is one. And let me talk specifically my hometown. Actually, I have two chiefs, one north part and one south part, the big chief that controlling all those. When it happened to become those chiefs, what I know so far in the first beginning, it used to be a king chief, which is someone who have what they call a perfect. That was what always used to rule before the permanent chief came in to Nuer land. King chief was the one was ruling. So when his term finished, so another someone else will come in. It's like a kingdom. And then there shall be no anybody else, only that person people will listen to. So in that, when British, I don't know if it is when time of British or before time of British came in. I know these two ships. One person by name Wonkos in the south, one person by name Galwanyok in the north. So these two permanent chiefs in that area that it become my own counties, north and the south. This is the only two people that I know, and they have other sheep behind them, and they have a respect for each other. One of them above, and then the another one is the second. After their term finished, their kid, one cause his place was being taken over by his son, who happened to die in 2011, I believe, 2011. And Galwanya, his son, took over, which is Daniel Galwa. This is the only two people that I know with the rule. Let me come. Okay, let me come to how do they enter into a leadership? The democracy that people are talking about, including the West, actually in the West here, that they exercise the democracy, have a lot of corruption within it. Here, sometimes they crap in it. But in democracy that we have in the back home does not even have a paperwork. When it's done, if you got defeated in election, that everybody line up. When they call them and you done, that's it, you done. So the chief will come in as a leader until his term finish. And they used to do that term a 10-year term, unless something happened to the chief. So in that, after they done the election for the chief, and then this chief will go and arrange all the election until, because from the chief up to Gatwat. Gatwat, I don't know how do I could try to explain. It's like a county mayor, I believe, from the head, because the way they do it, if like these two chiefs is like a two country, that so that chief will have his deputy, and deputy will have his own other members who work within those areas that work under him, until those also two will have another two, and those two everyone will have another one, or has had the last. So that's what I know so far. Otherwise, when you see them as a sheep also too, they still have a respect for a prophet, which is the person who is a spiritual leader that used to before all this permanent sheep is in Nuerland. So the permanent the prophet is the one leading under the sheep, leading over top of the sheep, and the sheep are become his role. What he said is what need to be implemented. So in that, someone may correct me if I misinterpreted. So far, so I see the democracy is there before this world happening, call election. So election was in our society as a South Sudanese very far. And thank you. I yield back to you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope people don't have a difficulty by you keep pausing a little bit. But anyway, it's not your point was clear to me. So as we're going to go to the questions, what went wrong? Why there is no a good acknowledgement from the government, right? With the role of the traditional leader. Why is not it? What went wrong? Because as we see them, no one listened to their voices, because otherwise all these problems will be solved. So what went wrong? So if Otto can unmute himself and try to let us know, what do you think? What went wrong, right? What went wrong?
Thank you. Let me come back again. I think the problem we have is a constitution. That's what everything went wrong.
And I'm gonna drop the link also for those who want to come in. Yeah, go ahead.
Our traditional leaders, they have a role to play. Nothing, as I said, go from down to top, but nothing better than go from down to top, which is mean if you are in system of democracy, you need a traditional leader to make awareness in the village, in the city, in all over. because sometimes we just take things from the top and we stick with them from there, and they just come like a rule to them. So their role has been ignored. Even until now, they are not playing any role because of we look to ourselves, especially those who think we are well educated. We cannot connect ourselves with our people who didn't go to school. That's a dangerous element we are using. Education is something different than when we are born with the acknowledgement, we know what's wrong and what's right. So from that point of view, we're supposed to come together in the same way to connect how those who go to school think and those who didn't go to school, they are thinking. The way of thinking, I think that's what they make a difference, and that's what we are not moving forward. Because you cannot talk about somebody at the same time you are not preparing yourself to give him a knowledge he needs. So our traditional leader, they have a lot of things to do in the community, solving a problem, but our government is not helping them. Because if you look at the way they're gathering before, I think they have a local income when they sit down and they try to solve the issue going on among their members. But now all those things has been looted by the government and everything go to the city. Instead, we give them the chance to educate themselves. Because the mistake when it's happened, we call the police instead to sit down and try to solve those issues. And the police is not going to help but it's just taking a side and put some innocent in the jail without any verification. So all those things is mess up the role of traditional leader in Southern Sudan. Therefore, we need to pressure on our government to set up our constitution, including role of traditional leader. And value we have really is very important to make, especially to shift it to our next generation so that they can learn from what we are doing before and they are advanced for their future. That's what we look at it from that angle. But the problem now, we are still in the war, especially the generation talking today. They're born in war and will continue to be in the same environment. Nothing you can think about it, but you are thinking about to make a call to the government so that you can get the position very fast. And this is the thing going on, and we continue to do the same if we don't look to our constitution as the thing can move it forward. So our traditional leader, truly by this movement, they're not going to do anything unless we bring the peace, really peace, and we fix our institution so that we can be able to involve their way of thinking in our constitution so that we can move forward. That's what I can add, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Otto. I know I will be going with the same question as we asked our question. Why the role of the traditional leader is important in South Sudan, and then we are asking now after we give some definition. Who are we considering to be the traditional leaders? And then now we are asking what went wrong, why the traditional leaders are not assuming their role as it meant it to be. We see a lot of issues going on in South Sudan: land grabbing, cattle raiding, increase in the numbers of pregnancy, and children are not going to school. And then we ask what went wrong. Is it something to do with the government? That is the issue, that the traditional leaders are not really playing their role, or because of the war, all of them maybe they are not settled, and some of them move to the capital cities. And as I mentioned earlier, those traditional leaders that maybe start drinking Coke and Pepsi, so maybe they lose the sense of being trustworthy and say the truth at most of the time, because that is what really get them to be traditional leaders. Otherwise, I know in the rural area there in villages, if really you don't know what you're talking about, no one will give you the role. So to my friends, the viewers there, right? I know you guys have a lot of smart people, well-educated people. Instead of you maybe getting angry, insulting people, and things like that, we drop the link. Come in, come educate us. Nile Nation Network, it's meant for education. As you know, we don't say we are expert in everything, but we bring the issue, what we see as a problem, and come in, educate us, tell us what you know, instead of just throwing empty vessels words there that really you're hurting yourself more than you're hurting those who come here and have the gut to come and at least share. Please click the link, come in, let us see you, and let us know. So I will start continuing with the same question. What went wrong? Sister Juju, can you tell us what went wrong? Why the traditional leaders are not really playing their role? Because we see they should help in so many things.
Yeah, thank you, Pell. I was raising my hand, but thank you. It's good that you gave me the chance. I wanted to first. I want to say. I want to give an example. I kind of forget. We have the Azande Kingdom. It's just like the Sholo Kingdom. It's one of the well-known traditional chiefs. Like it's a kingdom that it's known all over Africa. It's well known in Equatoria. I don't know much about it, but we know about the Budwe and all that. Even for us, for Kakwa, we have our traditional chiefs. What went wrong is the question. So what went wrong? I think most of the, because when we talk about the war in South Sudan, most of the communities, most of the citizens were the target. And the traditional leaders, they felt like there's no trust. Trust has been broken between the government and the people because the government target the citizens. So, and the traditional leaders represent the citizens. So the trust has been broken. So nobody trusts the government anymore. So to build that trust, I think that's one of the things that went wrong. And the government needs to bring the traditional leaders because they're the influence in the communities that they represent. So one of the things that went wrong is the trust issue. There's no trust. And the government has to support that. They have to support the traditional leaders in building the trust. Because if you want to talk to the community, you have to come through the traditional leader. Because first, the community has a respect for their traditional leader or their chief. Let me say their chiefs. So each community has a respect. So if that respect has been lost, no one is going to listen to nobody. And force, secondly, force is being used. Like I said, the government uses forces on the community. People are being killed, houses are being burned, and the traditional leaders are there. They've been intimidated when they're talking. Some of them being killed, they become targets. Like I said, they run away to the idps. So for the government, the role of the government has to promote, they have to promote the institution to a traditional leadership, and they have to build trust. And like I said, for the government institutions to work together with the traditional leaders, they have to coexist. They cannot, what went wrong is because they ignored the traditional leaders. So the government has to find a way to for the traditional leaders and their government institutions to work smoothly and to avoid conflicts. Because if there's intercommunal conflicts, if the traditional leaders come and sit down, or the tribal leaders or the chiefs comes and sit down, they can make peace among the communities. I remember they can bring a bull or a cow or a goat, and then they will cut blood and they make peace among the community. So if there's peace among the community, there will be peace in the country. If the Kakwa are fighting the Nuer, and the Nuer chief and the Kakwa chief come and sit down and they make peace within the community, and I know that, or we all South Sudanese know that when the chiefs sit down, there's something they call like a curse. When peace has been made, they'll say, okay, the Nuer doesn't have to kill the Kakwa don't have to kill the Nuer. If this happened, bukun fi garamat, yani there's some tradition way of making peace. So what went wrong is that the government ignored the traditional leaders. So to avoid all that, there has to be some modalities or some collaboration that the government and the traditional leaders have to agree upon. So to agree upon, to come together so that they can transition smoothly. Like what Otto was saying, some of the traditional laws can be incorporated into the transitional, into the constitution. For example, say early marriage, early child marriage, it can be put into the constitution, and it has to be a law that the whole country has to follow. So those are the little examples that I wanted to add. So I'm still here, and I'll yell back to Pal. Thank you.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there is a lot of things also that I would like to point out here. Our traditional leaders, actually, there is certain things that in the past they were not a taboo, like the early marriage. Actually, right? It was not a taboo if it's come to their point of view. But we see ladies get married at the age of 15 and 16, right? I never witnessed 14, but I know there could be some engagement that happening when the ladies at that time is 12, 13, 14. But the actual marriage can take place at the age of 15. So there is certain things, actually, it is, if it is part of the constitution, but actually it's the message should be conveyed. Those traditional chiefs, they need to be educated also. This is what should happen. This is the new law and things like that. But what I'm trying to ask for, because what went wrong, why the government is not considering the role of the traditional chiefs? Because if we looked at it that way, okay, I can tell, say to the up to Payam, right? Maybe there will be something called like David Majlis, right, leading that, because in the county there is a Muhafiz. Maybe in Payam there is Musaid Muhafiz. Okay, they will be also dealing with the chiefs that are in the villages, because when you come to the tribe, okay, the tribe will divide into clans, right? And it goes far as the ruler area that even police that is not there. That is where we see the traditional chiefs are very active, right? And they resolve issues. They resolve a lot of issues. But what went wrong, right? Is it because there is no more villages, or what is happening? What is it? Is it because the country is in at war, right? But there is other secure areas, like say that there is no war there, but we can see at the areas of Warab, Lake State, right, up to northern Bahr Ghazal. But there is still the issue of cattle raiding. It's happening. And the traditional chiefs, I think they don't have that much authority that they can really take control. And we see now the graduation of Twek to go and deal with the thieves of the Dinkas and the Nuer, right? So it seemed like, yes, something is going wrong there. The traditional chiefs are not playing their role. Brother William, what is your take on that?
Yeah, that is a good question, Pal. Thank you. What went wrong? Okay, I will put it this way. I think we are all aware of there is echo. Huh?
Yeah, it's
We
Yeah,
are
me. Let me.
I think we have to mute. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
me. Yeah.
yeah. Thank you. We all know the word new colonialism. This word has been coined by Nkrumah, the former president of Ghana, because the colonial they came, they ruled, they conquered, and they controlled. Now we fought for our independence, and then we get what we call independent countries. But this word mean that from being colonized, you are now indirectly being colonized too, but indirectly. So that is the meaning of this word. So this means that to control you economically, politically, culturally, okay? Yes, the French is already there, no longer there. But the people themselves who inherited the power, they are puppet. They are not independent. They serve their former masters, you know? So what they do, if you are serving your former masters, you are not serving your countries. The good people we know, I keep mentioning, Mandela is one of them. In Canada, where we stay here, there is issue still going on for the First Nation. I think in Vancouver here, 6 or 3 chiefs has been hung. And these are the good leader of the communities for First Nation. But they were patriots to their countries. And the puppet has been now promoted to rule, you know. So when you put a person who served the master, that person will go for a self gratification. I'm now serving myself. I look good, good person. And there is another thing, social stratification. The people in the village today, they are called, they are savage. Jalpait in Shuluk, okay? Jalpait. Nudity, verse educated or suburban people. So when there is a self gratification, then we miss the meaning of being a leader. Because the leader, again, as we usually mention in our NNN, The leader means to protect, to provide, to defend. And this is what Jesus said very clear. My sheep know my voice, and I know their voice. But the person who is being installed to be a leader of people, who is a puppet, according to the culture of the colonial, how can he protect? He will not protect. No, when you are not protecting, and where you are not providing, and where you are disassociated with people, you feel bad. So what you will do here, you become the enemy of the real leader. You have to go after them and get rid of them and replace them with the sheep that will drink Coca-Cola, as you said. You bring them. That one, khalas, oh, I'm drinking Coca-Cola or something like that. He's a puppet now, but the real sheep in the village is marginalized, has been deprived of the power. So that is a problem. What Nikrum was talking about. No, for us to go back to restore the power of the traditional leaders, we have to decolonize our mind, our culture. Decolonization, we have to do it. And then we look into what Garang said before when he was talking to the prisoner of war. He was saying, Bashir is telling you he's fighting because of the Islamic State, while I am fighting for the gift of God, meaning that the language, the culture, the custom, the traditions, this is what I am fighting for, because those things has been given by God. So when we decolonize our mind, I don't know, we're going back home. And this is what Julian Narrator was saying, that taking the village to town, This is what the late president of Tanzania, who passed away recently, Magufuli, he was doing the same thing. We have to go back home and reconnect with ourselves again, promote our culture, our value, our heritage, and then we will recover ourselves and we will respect our traditional leaders. But at this time now, our people, they are puppet. They believe in what the colonials power brought. Call your people a savage, uneducated, unworthy, and you are a good guy. When you are sick, go seek for treatment in London. When you steal the money, save your money in Sweden. When you die, like Bhutan said, the African is a cemetery. Because all when they die, they just go back to be buried there. But they studied outside. They do what outside, but they just go there when they are dead. So yes, the people who are now in a leadership in Africa and in Southern Sudan, they are perfect who misinterpreted the meaning of power. And yes, they are innocent. They are victims because they found themselves in a system that has been imposed on them. So for them to get out and for us to get out of there, decolonization is the only way. Until then, no good leader will be in a position. Thank you. I yield back to you.
Thank you so much for that elaboration of that. So, as we know that, yes, the traditional leaders, they are not playing their good role. me, I like to blame it really in at the government of South Sudan, because I'm thinking that the government of South Sudan, it doesn't care about anything. It doesn't care even about its people, right? Everything has been politicized. Uh, and because of the war that taking place, as we see, a lot of people that we call chiefs, even paramount chiefs, some of them, they move into the cities. So they leave all these youth there in the villages and the remote areas doing what they want. There is no any elder that is there to advise them. And even those who are there, they, I think the respect for the leaders that are there with them, I think is not that what they abide by, right? So that is why we see that the youth are committing a lot of crimes, a lot of cattle raising, a lot of killing, breaking into people places, stealing things and things like that. So it seemed like because where there is no system, then you know what, let me do what I want to do, right? And that is why we are thinking that I think the government should think really clearly and try to bring the role of the chiefs into existence. And because we know that in 70s and 80s till 90s, those chiefs really, their words, it's valid. When they say something, they mean it. And I remember when we were there, when there is these small issues of dispute, right? They will just come and try to resolve that issue. I remember somebody was fishing, and he put his fishing net by the river, and somebody came and he was hungry, right? And then from there, what did he do? He started looking at the fishing net, and he found some like fish, and then he took the small one. He took the small one because he was hungry, and he went and cooked it and started eating it. And then the person who had the fishing net came and say, "Hey, what did you do, man?" "Oh, sorry, man, I was hungry. I took a small fish." And then the guy took him to the chiefs, the traditional chiefs, right? And then the guy was fined. So he have to pay a goat, right? Because of what he did. So if you looked at it, and he was saying, "Oh man, if I knew that they're going to charge me with the whole goat because of the small fish that I took, I supposed to take the fish net and the fish that all in it, and I will take it all and then let them charge me a goat." But if we look at it this way, it's kind of discipline, because when you take somebody's something from somebody without asking, without permission, that is considered to be theft. Okay, so now he become an example. No one will come by in that area and see the fishing net and try to take a fish from there, because he know he's going to get fined. So leave alone when you start taking cows from your neighbors by 1,000, by 100, right? So I think the fine will be bigger than that, right? So anyway, as we try to go,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
yeah. If you don't mind, I just need to is part of the traditional system we are talking.
Yep.
So how the government is not our government now, is Bashir government. They really treated one of the sheep, and if we can watch that video, 2 minutes, that would be great. He's from Mandaria people, and then you can compare the chief that has been appointed in the town and the chief in the village and their wisdom. You can look into that in this 2-minute video.
Thank you so much. I would like to share that as we are going because it's part of the topic that we are talking about. If
Thank
you
you.
don't mind, you can share your screen with us,
Thank you.
please. And I will just ask the our viewers, the audience, please bear with us. Let us watch that video together. It may give us a better of understanding why we choose this topic today.
Are you hearing that? Seeing that?
We are
Hello.
seeing it. Just make it big.
Okay.
Just make it big. Yeah. Enlarge it. Yeah. And put the volume up. The volume.
The volume
Yeah. Where? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. It to the max. Maybe the. Yeah. Okay.
is not clear.
It's clear, but there is no sound. But let us watch.
There is no sound. Let me just hold on. Like,
Everything is good there. Yeah.
uh,
Okay. Yes, please bear with us. Let us just try to get that video up. William, can you increase the volume? Yeah, it's to the max. Maybe just your computer now. Do your computer. The sound on your computer, I think, should be a key. Okay, yeah, to the max. Okay, that's good. No, do you hear the sound?
yeah, I'm hearing. Can I send the link to you? You can play it.
We can try as if it is not going to take us a long time. Can you put it, yeah, in the private chat and let me try it on my end
Yeah.
here? Yeah. Um, but as we kind of still trying to look into the importance of the leader.
I send it to you already.
Thank you so much. Let me try to open it, and I hope it's gonna work. Nope, the link. Nope, the link didn't come. It's something else.
Oh,
It's something else. Yeah. Um, anyway, as we are going, let us see really the traditional leaders.
you have it file in the
Yeah,
private chat. Yeah.
thank you. If it is the same thing, I think it is the same thing, but when I open it, it's totally something different. It's not the video that you play there, so the link is something different.
Can Mobor try it? Yeah.
Yeah, anyone can try it, right? Yeah, anyone can try it. Anyone can try the link that on the private chat. But anyway, let us keep going because that video, as somebody gonna be working on it and maybe will bring it to life. So, what do we think when it's come to the land grabbing. I think we heard recently, and I heard it recently either from Radio Tamazic or the Voice of America, I think with John Tanza. They were talking. There's a person that was being interviewed, and they say the issue of the land grabbing, which is another big problem, which is where people from Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Western Equatoria are crying about. But there is a little involvement to the traditional leaders. Some of them are being threatened because of the land grabbing that is happening, and the dispute that happen most of the time between the cattle owners and the farmers. But somebody was saying that not involving the traditional leaders, at the end of the day, the community, right, is going to resolve the issue by taking the law into their hands, right? Because is there land that is being taken? Is there farms that are being destroyed by the kettles? So, what is your take on that? Is it the government should really keep ignoring the traditional leaders to get involved, so at least the youth of those communities don't take the law in their hand? What is your take on that? And of course, we ask our viewers that please share the video, so at least we know that when we are talking is try to resolve the issues that are happening in South Sudan, and how can we really engage those traditional leaders into the issues of our country, or the problem solving of the issues of our country. What is your take on those involving the traditional leaders, especially in the land grabbing dispute, and the cattle owners that keep destroying some people's farms? What is your take on those? My brother Otto, please, if you can unmute yourself and let us know.
Okay, thank you. I think, as you stated, everything now is get out of control. The traditional leaders are not playing their role. At the same time, the youth are getting more hungry about what's going on in Southern Sudan. From that point, problem is not going to be solved by the government, but I think the only solution we have now, community, they have to take their gun and defend their land and their people and all their property, because the situation is out of control in Southern Sudan. If today our people that are getting protected by UN, what do you expect? Even within the UN, there is still some there is some other thing out of control most of the time. The issue of Southern Sudan is not because traditional leaders are not playing their role, but the government is playing a worst game in the world. They're trying to buy the time. At the same time, they are trying to ignore the reality. And this is what's going on now in Southern Sudan. Our problem will not be solved through the government, in my opinion. Youth have to take over. Each of them, if you get the gun, protect your people and protect your property, and you can be able at least to survive. Otherwise, if you are waiting for the government, they will come after the death. And we saw that. What happened in Juba? That's a capital. People that are killed, that burned, and will continue. If the community and traditional leader, they don't wake up and try to defend themselves. So the issue of everybody is going to take the law in your hand is something forced to you. No one like to kill, but sometimes when you are forced, you can do this such thing. So what I can say, the problem we have today in Southern Sudan, it will not be solved by traditional leader. Our army, I think they lost their role. They're supposed to be playing the role better than that. But I don't know what the definition of national army. They're supposed to protect the citizen, to protect the country. But if you look at the situation now, look at Equatoria. I heard that the Ugandan, they are taking some part of the land. The same thing in Kenya. And Northern Sudan, we know mile 14. All those things is happening in Southern Sudan, but the community youth might be is going to be the only solution we have because the government is not doing their role. So no one can wait for the dangerous to destroy you, and from there you can start to defend or to defend your people. So our problem will continue since we are waiting for the government, and the death will increase all the time. So my take from what you said, well, truly speaking, youth must take over. All communities that are organized themselves, and from there, when we come to sit down later, we know who is going to elect, and from there we can be able to move our country move forward. That's what I can say, and thank you.
Is it supposed to be the youth to take over, or supposed to be the youth should unite with their traditional leaders so at least they can protect themselves?
The youth, they support to organize with the traditional leaders so that they can be able to protect their community and themselves. Because what's going on now in Southern Sudan is not healthy and will not unite us. The only unity will come after we move out the government of Salva Kiir. Because really, to be honest, those that are not, sometimes I don't call them the government. They're gangsters who are trying to unite themselves and loot the country and kill the people. That's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. That is your response to that. If Sister Juju paying attention with us there, what do you think was what happening with the land grabbing and the issue of cattle grazing on the people farms, especially in states of Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Western Equatoria, where the traditional leaders really are playing a very, very small role. And yes, communities or some leaders are saying, okay, you know what, something need to be done here. Otherwise, the youth will organize themselves and take the law into their hands. What is your take on that?
My take on that is because we all know that the customary land rights and the legal protection of land has been undermined. And land grabbing is a major challenge in South Sudan, especially in Juba. There's so many problems related to that. And there's so many cases in the court, but nothing has been done because most of the land grabbers, they have upper hand, they have power, they have weapons that they use to intimidate and kill the innocent citizens. There are many problems and related to land grabbing in Equatoria, in central Equatoria, and in Equatoria as a large, especially in cases in Mangatene, Gumbo, and in Sherikat. What happened in Sherikat and other neighborhoods around Juba. And we the Equatorians, we feel that we are victims of the land grabbing. And the government has, like I said, the government has upper hand. One thing that they can do, they should encourage each community, each tribe has to go back to their village, to where they belong. All the cattle keepers, because most of the tribes in South Sudan, they are Nilotic. Like I said, in mostly in the equatorial land, we are known for farming. There are some tribes that are Nilotic, but we are farmers. And in South Sudan, we know that the Nilotic, they move from one place to another. So the government should encourage. That's why I said they need to coexist. The government institution has to coexist with the traditional leaders to encourage the traditional leaders to encourage their community members or their tribal men to go back to their village. You know, if people are going back to their villages, there will be no issue of land grabbing, because land grabbing comes from people migrating from other places to take others' land. And like someone mentioned before, that the traditional leaders, they know the borders. They know from where to where their tribes are. So if the government institution or the government have listened to the customary laws that are set by the chiefs, nobody is going to take anybody's land. If you bring your cows to my land, my chief, I will complain to my chief, and my chief is going to bring you to his court, and then they will punish you, and then they will let you go back to where you come from. But because all this is being ignored, it's becoming a challenge. And most, like, we all South Sudanese knows that it's the government that has upper hand in grabbing land in Equatoria. We all know that. It's either the generals, even the president. It's just a shame that even the president has cattle, his own cows, in the town, in the capital. And most people that are grabbing land, like I said, they have weapons. They kill. Even in Juba, they kill you. Somebody comes and rent your house, and they don't pay. They claim your land.
Now with the president cows, those who benefit from that, every time at Christmas time they get those bulls distributed to them. I think they're gonna say, "Oh, why you say that? Let the president have his cows in Juba."
Yeah,
Sorry,
because
yeah.
that's true.
But I do
Why I
agree with you.
mentioned,
Yeah.
why I mentioned the president, because we get to notice that when he made the announcement that during Christmas that all the cattle keepers have to take their cows out of Juba, he said it's starting from him. So it means that if the president is in Juba, the cows are still going to be in Juba. There's going to be continuous of land grabbing. I agree with Otho, but it's only that the youth and the community leaders or the chief, they have to protect the land, because now it's happening in people's village. It makes us wonder sometimes. Like, I love to go to my village. Everybody else, I think, loves to go to their village. The government has to encourage that. I cannot abandon my village and go live in Bor town. No, I don't know nothing about Bor. I never been there. It's just an example. I cannot live there because I'm from Ye River State. And each community, like I said, we have to coexist together. We have to go back, encourage people to go back to their villages. I think that's one of the solutions that I can say. And like Otto said, until the government is being changed, maybe those issues will stop. So if the disputes, like the charges of the land and the land grabbing and the customary disputes, if it's not incorporated into the constitution and being passed in the parliament or in the National Assembly, nothing will happen. So we're just hoping that the parliament should be formed, election should be done, peace should come, so that everybody should go back to their own villages. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Juju. Your message was clear. With the same token, my brother William, what is also your take on that? The land have been grabbed. The cattle are just grazing on farmers' lands, especially on the areas of Equatoria. And the traditional leaders, they are kind of being kind of being threatened, right? And they don't have a role to play. What is your take on that?
Yeah, thank you, Pal. What I can say here is the crazy policy of Dankanization of Southern Sudan that is being pursued by a few individual Dankas, leaders. Dankanization of Southern Sudan, you know. So to bring a total domination over Southern Sudan, to dominate other 63 tribe. So that policy is the one killing us today in Southern Sudan. Dankanization policy. Take, for example, Malakal. A lot of problem going on there. Now, we have a people who are being given guns, like killing that happened yesterday. You authorize the innocent civilian to kill innocent civilian like them because of the land. That is people. You have a gun, take your neighbor land. But what about a presidential decree that created 28 states and then moved to 32 states? That is a way of a land grabbing through governmental institutions. That is abuse of the power. Is so through legal, executive, and parliamentary power. Last time, when the government talked, Dr. Yagmashar met with the governor of Afar Nile and his deputy. Tutke were there, and Dr. Martin was there. What are they doing here? This is a provincial affairs issues, and they are at the level of federal government. There is abuse of power, using their power to grab the land. Martin Red, he doesn't have anything to do with anything here. He is at the different jurisdictions, but it don't work that way. For them, we got a power. We have to take the land through legal channel. And why is that? Even Martin Lemuro, he don't know. His land is being taken too. That is one of the puppet we are talking about. So they use the state institution to grab the land through presidential decree or legal or judicial power. And they do it. For what reason? Dankanization. to control. Look at the map of the so-called Upper Dang. I think in last talk, Jeremiah mentioned that all these 2 million people who died during the war of liberation, they shed their blood to benefit only a small group of Danka, Upper Dang. And that now they have to create their own illusionary map. Bring Abiy from where? How can you piece them together and put them together? Just I'm finishing, Pell. I know you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, as you are going, I remember also the governor. He said something when it's come to the land dispute and things like that, will be resolved by the people from the grassroots. Is the people of the land that will have the say. So it seemed to be, from what he say there, I think he's trying to empower the traditional leaders so they can come and involve and resolving the issue of the land. Is that what he meant last time? Because you're giving example to what they say due to the Upper Nile and things like that. So yes, he mentioned something about the grassroots and the leaders that will be getting involved.
yeah. He meant that, and he made it clear. Sorry, there is echo.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
maybe from me.
yeah. He made it clear that nothing can come from the top. It has to come from the bottom. That is from the grassroots. Martin has nothing to do with it. Salva Kiir has nothing to do with it. Riek Machar has nothing to do with it. These are land issue, and that has to be decided by the inhabitants of that land. This is what now, and then crucify him. We hear like Jews was say, crucify him, Jesus. They said, people said, no, he's not good leader. He's not good anymore because he's saying that. He should be just saying, okay, you guys take whatever you need, right? So yes, he meant that the
Yeah.
land.
So if you can agree with me, so
Mm,
he's trying to empower the traditional leader
exactly,
in a way.
exactly,
Yeah.
true.
Mhm.
Yeah, that is what he is trying to do, and then it become now even. If he didn't say that, maybe yesterday what happened in Malakal, maybe nothing happened. But because he said that, he become enemy right away. He shouldn't say anything about that. You have to be a puppet. You have to be just talking about your position. This is what the government want, right? So yes, again, Denkanization policy is the modern way of land grabbing, you know, and it's through the government institutions, for us to have a solution to that, to stop that, because the government is grabbing land through the power, is legal. The Council of State said, or the Parliament said, or the executive said, what are you going to do? That is government, okay? And then other people who are in power with a weapon in their hand, they have to take land they need, you know. So that is a policy of Dankanization in the Southern Sudan. For us, we die already. People give up their life, and that's why we have this peace now in Southern Sudan. A peace is telling us go back to 10 state, period. That is the document. And we have to respect this peace as we respected the CPA that give us what is called Southern Sudan today. It didn't come from nothing. It came because over 2 million died and peace was signed. Also, this peace has killed many people also, and it was signed. And now there are, of course, peace spoilers. They don't want that. Yeah, but we have to go back for this peace agreement to be implemented, and a basic on 1st January 1965. And then that issue of land will be something of the past. But there are many people who are not sleeping. They want to derail the peace, but the peace is peace. It will come with all the prices is attached to. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know we mentioned the issue of the land and things like that, and there is a lot of things that we mentioned that we felt the role of the traditional leaders is missing. Can we move a little bit? We went to Western Equatoria, part of Upper Nile, but can we move a little bit also to Lagos State, to Western Bahar Ghazal, to Warab, where the cattle raiding has become an issue. It's killing a lot of our people. People are dying there, right? And me, I see the absence of the traditional chiefs. Where are the traditional chiefs, right? Where is their role? Why they cannot control the youth? So at least people shouldn't be killing themselves. And the traditional chiefs should know better. Is it because of the marriages that are happening with the high dowry that is causing people to take cows from here, from there? I know a parent from Jonglei. I know Morale. They don't. I don't know if they. I don't know their culture very good. But most of the time, the cattle that the cows that they raid, I think they go and sell it to other tribes bordering us, Kenya and Uganda, things like that. But within the Lagos State, why the role of the traditional leaders is missing, and our people are dying there day and night, right? Because of the cattle raiding. I need your take on that. What can we tell our viewers with the things that are happening really in Lagos State? Because all of us, we keep hearing it. What should be the role really that the traditional chiefs should play if they are allowed really to play it? Brother Otto, and then followed by Mabor. Mm.
Okay, thank you. I think we're still talking about the same situation, traditional leader role in Southern Sudan. The issue going on in Warab, I think they did their part. The leaders of Warab or community, they did their part. The only problem they have,
Maybe
gun.
can you elaborate a little bit, because you mentioned leader from Warab. What about Lagos State? I know we are not expert in that, but at least you mentioned Warab. They did their part. In which way, please?
Okay, this is what's going on in Southern Sudan. The war is going on. Leaders, they're trying to organize the community so that they can prevent the death, and also they can prevent the destruction of property and cows and all those things. But the role of the government is not there, because the gun is become the issue in Southern Sudan. It's all over. Everybody has a gun in his hand. So the role of traditional leader is become limited, because everybody, it will threat the other one. So most of the time, if you look at the situation, especially in Warab and the other area like Lagos State, community that are organizing themselves as a client, and they're depending themselves, because everything there is not controlled by the law, but everything have to take the law by himself and put it and do what you can be able to defend. So in Warab and other area, everything now, I think, left in the communities to do whatever they want to do. That's why sometimes they use from different village, they go to the other village, and they're shooting themselves with the gun, not like before. Before they can fight, and the weak can surrender, and the strong they will leave. But the problem now is not like that. Gun become an issue and is distributed all over the Warab and the other area. Even if you look the way they go to cow when they are going behind, they're taking their cow to different area. You can see there is Kalashnikov on the top of the car, of the cow, and those people Even the child underage is carrying the gun. So what do you expect from those people? They're going to kill themselves. They're going to raid the other. They're going to take the other cows from other people and continue their role as the
So,
daily.
so you are trying to say the traditional leaders are being intimidated because everybody has a gun there.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this is
Okay.
how the situation now in South Sudan.
Okay.
And
Okay.
sometimes they go to say, we are there, we collect those guns. But they collected in the front of the camera, but after the night, they take it, they give it back to the same people. So anyway, the community now, they're going to fight themselves. That's the bottom line. We have to accept the reality. This is the policy of the government. I don't know what they are going to gain behind that. They're just seeing people that are killing themselves and they're giving more gun to them. This is the issue. But the expert from those area, maybe they know what they behind what's going on in that area. This is what I can say, and thank you.
Thank you so much. I acknowledge our brother Abel Kohn is here, and also our brother uh, uh, Min Gabriel Chol Quach is here too. As we are coming, we will give you also your turn to answer our question right there. So we will come to Mabur. I forget the Unity State also in the same area where Warab and Northern Bahar Ghazal and Lake State. So the issue of cattle raiding, it's too much. It's killing our people, and you see the role of the traditional leaders. It's not. It seems it's not there. Otto will say a few of the things, but I need your take on that. Unmute yourself, please. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes. Uh, like you said it all, and you come to this cattle raiding. The suffer that is in on now today, nowadays, is a political. I'm not talking from those who put things in the first. Cattle raiding going along in Bargadal and in the, was a unity state because all the that are in a corner and even going on today is a political motivation. When I say it's a political motivation, I can recall this. Those who took Juba is those who see themselves that are not safe into their area because they are already in Juba. So they cannot leave their cow in those areas, so they will not be safe, including the president himself. So the cattle raiding, why I say it's a political motivation, itself is the one who giving the guns. Giving the guns that you can your car and go and give the gun to other people and say, you can car. Why I say this? If someone say, okay, where are the people who have gun? If the Denko community have no gun, how on earth a one tribe called Luanjang people in one We even happen to have to be killed within one spot within 2 days. 80 people, 80 military specialists in the country who are fighting those. They are civilian, right? And who harm those civilians? That's the political motivation that I know so far. And who are taking the cow to Juba? And what they're doing with those cows, political motivation, in to invade someone's land is to use any means.
Um, uh, uh, Brother Mabur, there, your voice is kind of cutting. Yeah, it seemed to be. I try to get your point, but it's still the voice is not helping me to get it right. But anyway, we will work on that. Sorry about that. We have
Okay.
our brother Abel Kun. Oh, are you done or yeah? You can go ahead if there is one point you want to finish. I thought that you paused. I thought that you are done. Go ahead.
Well, I was not done because
Oh,
I was
okay.
trying to come between Lake State and I was coming between Lake State and Unity State. So in Lake State and Unity State, uh, the situation that going on, it used to be long. We are not our brought from Lake State to Unity State. Is something they have long. What make it worse today? A part of themselves as people of Lake State that I could go back on it later. What make this thing worse today is the gun. Before, when they used to be during our childhood, when we were children, Lake State and Unity State they fight. But when they fight, come across front of the kid. If someone one is through his spear, oh look, there is a child there. Okay, there is a child. There is a child. So then people will say, okay, there is a child. So they will to through the spear because they saw the child. But in this during now that there is a so-called gun that doesn't know a child, no dog, no cow, or any, including mouse. So things become worse. And all these are political motivation. That's why totally I always thinking Kir is the one who should solve this, either solving it and make sure he clean up this mess, or he have to exit and let someone else come. Otherwise, nothing can. If he failed not to do it, so he can exit and let someone. That's the only thing. Because see, within Lake State alone, that never happened in Lake State by itself. During my childhood, they never do a cattle raiding for themselves, and now it's happening between Lake State in my entire life. Now it's happening. Done. What is that? That's the political motivation. And come here to Upper Nile. This Denka and Nuer in Upper Nile, they never fight. Neither It's because political motivation that has been put with the agenda behind justice. And I quote something from my brother William that say an invention is an. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I was we were patiently waiting for your words to come to us, but thanks to our viewers and those who are at the show here with us. Yes, my brother Abel Kon, you are here with us, and you heard me asking the question, and where is the role of the traditional leaders? We jump from Upper Nile to Equatoria, and now we are kind of Unity State and Warab, Lake State, and Northern Bahr Ghazal, where we see the issue of cattle raiding. It's really killing our people, right? And we see the lack of the traditional leaders playing the role to put a law in order, to put the youth intact, so at least they don't kill themselves. There is two things that was mentioned earlier, or one thing was mentioned earlier. Maybe the guns in everybody hand, that it's another intimidation to the traditional leaders. They don't know what to do. So what is your take on that? Abel, please unmute yourself.
First of all, Brother Peljok, thank you for the question. I also the panel on this discussion. I just want to greet all of you. Before I comment on the topic of discussion, I want to make one thing clear, and also to the viewer of Nile Nation Network. Earlier in the beginning of the show, our sister Jojo read out the information that Padang used of attack a convoy from going from Nasser to Malakal, and that they will also attack people that were coming to welcome the governor of Upper Nile State. I dispute that fact because Padang youth have never attacked any convoy that were actually leaving from either Nasser or Ulang to Malakal. If you can listen to what was happening in transfer in Nasser, what actually attacked the boat that was actually coming from Nasser was some of the White Army from some of the section, based on the fact that they discovered to know some of the people from this section. This had nothing to do with Padang youth, and we have never involved in that incident.
If I can ask, what source did you use,
as we speak?
Abelcon?
Hold on, Sister Juju. You will have your chance. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Abel. Yeah. Go ahead.
As I speak tonight, Jing Padang are actually hosting thousands of Nuer from Ulang. They are in Galachel, in the middle of Jing Padang, and they have never been attacked or armed by any means. That is the fact, and that is the truth. That we accommodate those people because they have the inter-clan violence in which they let them to actually come and seek a safe heaven in Jing Padang area, especially in Ngok. Normally, we are bordering those of Ulang and Nasser. Therefore, they are currently under our protection, and we welcome them. There's no any incident that actually harmed those people. The correction that I want to make with regard to the incident that happened in Malakal when the governor of Abdog actually landed, that is nothing to do with the Jenga Padang, but Jenga Padang discover, or the government actually discovered that there is a coordinating attack against the governor himself. of the people of Padang if they go to the airport and welcome the governor. For that reason, none of Jing Padang actually went to the airport and welcomed the governor, because the coordinating attack has been actually come to the surface of the intelligence in the area, the government as well, and advise the citizens that the governor should not be welcome at the airport, and therefore none of Jing Padang went there. So we have nothing to do with what is happening in Malakal. There was a coordinating that as we speak, the OPC in Malakal is actually full of the the redmen of Golex, and they have arms. They have that were actually smuggled to the UNIMIS, and those arms were the ones used to attack those who actually went and welcome the governor. So we have nothing to do with it, because they cannot just sit here and listen to the lies, because we won't have the relevant.
It's just what I'm trying to say. You will have your chance. It's good that we talk, because the reason I allow him to talk, because we mentioned that, right? And we mentioned that he's here. He has the chance also to reply to what we said. Okay, and also you have to the chance as what I'm hearing from him here. He say the Padang youth or all the Padang they were asked to boycott the welcoming of the governor, and for that reason they didn't go. But that is the logic he put. But and then what will prevent those who kill the five? Who are they gonna be, right? If you guys choose not to go, right? Because I think there is grudges, right? So I think it's could be easier to accuse the people of Apadang after people went to POC and they become the resident of Malakal, right? So it's easy. The hands will point at the Apadang, and you here as the leader of Apadang, right? Because there is every time there is accusation, people get killed from the boats and things, and they have to be at the same areas, right? So what is the message before you deny this? What is the message you want to send to Apadang people as their leader? Like when everything happened, and then we now point our hand to the للطالب المهرجل زي ما بيقولوا يعني. What is the
I thought Mr. Paul, and also the respect of the panel and this discussion, I thought that the Nile Nation Network should be truthful and concrete in the message that pass to the people of South Sudan. That is true. All right. And every time people come to the social media here and talk about the issue that's happening to the people of South Sudan, for the reason known to them, because some of those who are actually accusing Padang, it is because it's something that's known to them. Why do you have to attack people that are actually Malakal when we actually hosting thousands, hundreds of Nuer in Galachel, when we hosting other community that are actually residing within our communities? Why do you have to attack them? Why do you have to attack them that when those in POC usually come out at daytime, do the business in Malakal town, and the evening they'll go back to the POC? Why do you have to attack them? The business is going as usual. There's nothing that Apadang is attacking people. But they want to use the propaganda that Apadang, because they were more vocal about the issue that's happening within these two communities. Therefore, they should be used as scapegoat of insecurity that's happening in Malakal. Let me tell you this. Padang were not responsible for taking those in POC. We're all victims of the war that happened in South Sudan. We all took refuge in that POC camp. We all were there in 2013, 2014. We all were there. But when the government of South Sudan exchange hand, taking turn back and forth between the rebels, we have seen the first clashes that happened in POC was between the two communities that time when Olin actually was part of the government. The Nuer in POC, and the Shiluk and the Dinka, they were aligned together fighting within the POC. The same thing happened when Olin actually, switched side to the rebel. The Shala and the Nuer, they side together and fight the Dinka that were in POC. So it's nothing to do with the Padang that are in Malakal. It's nothing to do with the youth that are in Malakal. It's nothing to do with the civilian that are in Malakal. It is something that to do with the political differences that's happening. And because they say so and so is supporting the government or so and so is supporting the rebel, therefore will be aligned together and actually fighting people based on those political alliances. And this is what I come to dispute. So you cannot just come to social media and present the wrong information. Who was attacking that boat? Who was killing that boat? And who did it? You have to be truthful about what you are giving the people of South Sudan. And that is truth that I'm telling you, because we are all having a connection with our people, whether in Malakal or anywhere. There's network, there's connection, there's a phone that's happening. So you cannot just come and sit here and tell people that Padang were responsible for people that were killed. Padang was responsible for people happening in Malakal. Is it Padang the government? Padang is not the government that's in controlling Malakal. The sector commander in Malakal is the son of Nuer. He's not a Padang. So the security is not under the hand of Padang, in Malakal. So you cannot just point people because they are there residing. What happened in Malakal this morning, Padang were actually the target. They were the target because those who actually rejecting Johnson, Abu Dhabi to come to Malakal.
Member, go to the topic, please.
Sorry, hold on, Utau.
Whatever is happening, you have to be truthful about the information that you are passing. And therefore, I will actually come and contribute to the topic that we are discussing.
Yes.
The role of leaders, the role of traditional leaders, what they can play.
Yes.
Of course, we, the South Sudanese, the Southerners, the South Sudanese respect the traditional leaders. They used to respect the traditional leaders because they can play a very important role in solving the issue that we have in the country. Whether it is a social fabric that was broken because of the current senseless war that was happening in 2013, or whether the issue of the cattle raiding, because they knew when those who actually can come to raid the cattle, they can be identified by those traditional leaders. They can be given a power so that they can find out, so that they can control the people, whether from any side or any tribe in South Sudan. So the role of traditional leader can be valued. Our government should give them the power they need so that they can play a great role in mediating. For example, the issue now in Malakal, the issue of this tribe, the issue of the land. Our traditional leader can play a great role in making sure that when it comes to the matter of the land, they know very well. We all know our boundaries because South Sudan was built based on the tribals. South Sudan was actually tribal communities. What brings us together, it is a central government. What brings us together is a national government. What brings us together is maybe, I remember in an old time, you can have what the mainless ممكن يكون نوير يشيل في بلد الدنقا ودنقا يشيل بلد نوير لناصر لملكال لبالديت لولان. That used to be there. But now we have this social public that was actually broken because of this senseless war. So we need to involve our traditional leaders to be used as a tool to bring this community together so that we can go back to our old way of life. But there are people that are talking about the Dinkanization of South Sudan. I don't see the Dinkanization of South Sudan when the government that we have, it is only the top leadership. That's what people are using because President Kiir is the president of the country. Therefore, he's being seen as a Dinka. If you can see President Kiir as the fellow South Sudanese, if you can see him as your leader, or anybody that can come later on, if I can see Dr. Riek Machar as my leader, not because he's a Nuer, not because he's the James Wande is a Bari, but I can value him because he's a South Sudanese, and we all have the right to be in that seat. It's not for any tribe. And people come in and say the Dinka has a plan of ruling South Sudan for 200 years. When they talk about 100 years or 200 years, it was not the Dinkas. It was the SPLM. SPLM as a party. That SPLM as a party can rule this country for over 100 years. SPLM as a party can rule this country for years to come. Because if they are giving mandate by the people of South Sudan, they can do that. So I'm just trying, to let people of South Sudan know that I'm not defending President Kiir because he's a Dinka. I'm not defending this government because it's a Dinka. And some people here say, I don't know who wrote from your, that you don't have the government of, there's no government in South Sudan. Okay, if there's no government, what do we have then? Because now we're having a government of
Gangster.
So traditional leaders, to me, they have a role to play.
Can I answer the question? Some question, please.
I think it's not about answering question. We have a question already in the place, but I would like us. I know the time is approaching, but still I'm coming giving chances. And later on, before we close, also I would like to give you at least 2 minutes to make your final remarks. I'm not sure. I don't know if it's going to be a happy ending or not. I'm not sure. I know I have. He put himself a CD main. Gabriel, please, if you can unmute yourself, and also, what is your take? We the topic we are talking about. We mentioned it earlier. The role of the traditional leaders in South Sudan. Why is missing? And the last question we were asking here is there is a lot of cattle raiding in Unity State, Warab, Western. Sorry, Mabor, you have a question? Because I was about to give him a chance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
I have a question. It's not a question. I was trying to say, Ming is a member of the SPLM of Salva Kiir political party within Juba. So now he's talking about Juba.
No problem. Let Salva Kiir himself come here. Why? No problem, right? No problem. Go ahead. Regardless if your that's fine.
That is for everybody.
Yeah. Go ahead.
He's coming in from Juba, so he's in Juba.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Welcome.
It's okay. It's
Yeah,
okay.
so-
Even Salva Kiir is
Thank
welcome.
you so much from Juba. Yeah, please, Gabriel or Min Gabriel. Go ahead, please.
It's man. Yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, okay.
So,
Yeah.
at the first place,
Go ahead.
at the first place, let me appreciate all of you, my countrymen and women, from the Nile Nation Network. So I will go direct to the point, yes, because why the traditional leaders, the role of the traditional leaders in the Republic of South Sudan. So me, I'm a South Sudanese, and my state is Lagos State. I'm from Rumbek, yes. And particularly in Rumbek, there is issues of the cattle raidings among ourselves as a people of Lagos State. And the same with our neighboring state of Bentiu and Warab and Western Equatoria and the Central Equatoria. And we have the solution, because every problem there is a solution to the every problem. So so there is a root cause. When we want to talk about the role of the traditional leaders, we want to see the root cause of where the conflict comes to our people, and what will be the solution to our people to end this crisis in the Republic of South Sudan. So these issues of the traditional leaders and the role of the cattle raiding, we want to see exactly those now who are killing themselves seriously. They are Nilotic, the Nilotic communities, those who used to keep the cattle. When I talk about Nilotic community, I mean Dinga Nuer, you go to this side, Mundari in Equatoria, you go to Eastern Equatoria, there are Latugo, Taposta, and our brothers and others people. Now, in my state, the root cause of the crisis or the conflict in the Lake State, the issue of the cattle raiding is one of the problem is there. So the land grabbing is one of the crises in the state, and we have the illiteracy. They are illiterate. When you go, all these cattle keepers in the Republic of South Sudan, they just feel anger, even something that cannot even frustrate anyone, can feel anger and start shooting anyone else. So these according to my own view, our chief of current nowadays, they are also the problem. The role of the previous South Sudanese, the traditional leaders, they were the unified leaders. Me, the way I define the leader is not a tall person. Leader is not a short person or the fat person or the thin person. Is a unified figure that can bring the people together, to unite the people together. This is the term leader. The traditional leaders of even during the colonial time, the traditional leader, the paramount chief, are very powerful peoples. They must be respected in the communities. But now, our traditional leaders of nowadays, they turn and they become the friend of violence, inciting the communities. For example, me, I'm a Dingarombe. If they incited to say that let us go to our brothers from Unity State or S Bentu to go and raid the cattle. You see, by the way, all these issues, fighting among ourselves is not something new. But last time they were using the spear, but now people are using weapons. Even the person who don't have even the capacity to attack someone using the stick or the spear can just kill a giant person now using the gun. So, dear fellow countrymen and women, our traditional leaders of nowadays, they are being influenced by the political influence for them to forget the role, because they are local government leaders, the tradition, and they have authority to play as independent, to separate themselves from the political inflation and act independently. And they are caught now. The traditional courts, they are not working seriously. And this is one of the challenges. If the traditional, everything is taken to the high court, everything is taken to the county court, we want to separate it and give them the role to empower them. They are the community leaders. So is one of the issues. So, and the poverty is become the crisis now in our country when we are killing ourselves as a South Sudanese. The high rate of the food insecurity in the country is rising. It's making our people right now crazy. Everyone is crazy. The cattle keepers and everyone is crazy, inciting, migrating, walking a desperate journey to go and raid the cattle from others people. That is the one thing we causing the problem in our community. Another point which is causing the problem is the high rate of the marriage. The high rate of the marriage price. So if I don't have a cattle and I'm a youth, I can migrate to other place to go and read, and then I come and marry. So this one, our government is going to work after all this, the establishment, to bring the law, to reduce everything. And it is our role. Like now here, this is a South Sudan now. All the diversities that are now represented here. And the women are the cause of the problem. Jojo is there. The women of nowadays, our mothers, for example, if my brother is killed, my mom, she will the first person to incite me at home. She will not give me the food. Whether she will be able to give me the food, she will say, now you are eating alone here and your brother is absent here. And your brother was killed because of these people. And those who kill your brothers, they are not far away. They are very near you. If I go, whether I will be killed or not, this is the revenge killing, and it is a recycling of the killing which is going on. The girl pregnancies. Our traditional leaders now, the point I said earlier that they are not giving the chance. The issues of the girl, no need to send all these cases of the girl pregnancies to the high court. These are in the community is the role of the traditional leaders to exercise their role. So now let me come and talk about the solution. Let me talk about the solution of how can we empower the traditional leaders in the Republic of South Sudan, or how can we end the crisis which are going on in Lake State and in Bentiu and in Warab and in Jonglei. May I have some few points how we can end this, and even in Upper Nile region, is a general disarmament to whoever is holding the illegal gun. Whoever is holding the illegal gun in the Republic of South Sudan as an armed civilian must be disarmed. In Upper Nile region, in Barakazar region, and the same in Equatorial region. This is one point I have. Another point is a concrete implementation of the law without mercy. Even if I'm
Young
your
man,
brother.
young man, before you proceed there, you know
Okay.
the gun, right? They were being collected.
Yes.
They got collected several times. Even we see the governor. He launched that rally of collecting the gun, and he collected a lot of amount of guns. But you still seeing that this is not all the guns, right? So there is still
The
guns
gunners.
out there, or sometimes they get collected and end up again into the civilian hands. What will be the part of the solution that you put with it? Because taking the guns by
Okay.
itself is not enough. Go ahead.
Okay, that is a good question. So in the Republic of South Sudan, there are many ways for the gun to flow in the country. So when the government is going to disarm the civilian, to disarm the civilian, when you go to my country, to my state, in Lake State, when you go to other side, you see, my brother, to the other side of the Bentiu, the guns, they are flowing from not the people of the Bentiu, but when they go to that side up to Iglich, the gun, they came from the Arab, the side of the Arab. You see, some gun they can enter into our state, and the same they can enter into the Bentiu state. So you come here to this side of the Western Equatoria, some gun they came from the Congo, and the same you go to that side of war. Some they came from the Chad and the Central African Republic. And if there is a general disarmament, and if there is unified forces to deploy in all these bundles, the border, the gun, they will not come. The government can disarm, and then they can keep all this, to keep the gun in the store. This is the one point I want to clarify. So let me proceed. Is the deployment of the unified forces in the neighboring state. For example, if I'm from Lake State, and we have the properties, we have the cows, all our cattle, they need to be protected. I don't see any point here now if the government, me, I'm from the government side, if the government disarm all of them, and there are some of the neighboring states where the weapons, they have the gun. We need to deploy in the battering state, and the same to other states. This is the point. So for our people not to kill themselves, is the education to reduce the high level of the illiteracy among our people of South Sudan. There are some people, there are some areas, those who remain behind in the education, they need to be empowered, deliver the services, informal education to eradicate them. So all this galwing does not mean that if you go to school, you will become a better thing. There is a vocational training to train them to be the carpenters, how they can do the manual work, a skill job to sustain their life when they hand the gun to the government. Like, for example, what happened in Liberia. Liberia, the civilians, they were more armed than the government. But the government came up with the policies of buying the gun AK-47 from the civilian. The government can pay you $700 per AK-47. After that, they will take you for the training to train you psychologically, to train you, and when you come out, you will come out with the mindset of the business in your mind. So now, the same thing it can be done in our country. So it will be our point. We will discuss in the political issues in that side, and then we will see what is the point which is going to come, and I can update all of you. So our use.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
You come in. You ask. No, I don't get you.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that you are done, so I can give other people also chances. But your point taken, I like the way you articulate the issue. I like it so much. But if there is one, just if you can conclude it, so I can give chances before we close. To you there, it still is the morning, but with us here, it's kind of getting midnight. So yeah, if you can just conclude. But your points are really, I like them. It's very good points. But yeah, continue.
Okay.
Have your chance. Yeah, and then I will give chance to others. Yeah.
No. Let me just conclude because the time of the world is different. Yes, it's morning for me. So to conclude, is like this. Let us separate it, the political influence from our traditional leaders, and all of us will have the traditional leaders. All of us here to talk with our traditional leaders to distance themselves away from the political influence. What I mean about this political influence, if I influence you in politically until you accept everything I tell you, your decision will not work. Yeah. So this is the point I want, and to empower our traditional leaders in the Republic of South Sudan, and we want to devise our youth to respect them. If we respect them, they will do better. But if we ignore them, they will not. So I appreciate all of you for the chance. And if there is any question, no problem. Yes.
Thank you. I just like to ask you a question as you say that we need to separate the political influence and the role of the traditional leaders. But don't you see in South Sudan, everything is politicized?
So the point of this to separate the political influence with the traditional leaders is depend with you, the traditional leader, who jump all his leg or her leg into the political affairs. Now the traditional leader, they become a politician alone. That is why if you distant, because traditional leaders, they are the members of civic society organization. They are not the members of any political parties. They cannot take any side. They cannot. Yes, they can play. They are the leaders. They are the leaders more than the political leaders, according to my own perspective. You come on if there is any question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Men. Let me go to Juju. Thank you. You can stay around before I give everybody a chances for a finals remark. Juju, I know it's good that Men came and he's from Lake State, and the question really was really directed to them, because we don't want our people to kill themselves just because of the cattle raiding, right? South Sudan lost a lot of people, and we need all the individuals. So we don't need any life to be lost. It's sometimes maybe greedy, tribalism play a big role. That is why our country is in chaos and things like that. There is no harmony at all. But this is why we are here. As we are talking, we will mention the thing that we think really hurting us and harming us, and we will come at the end what will be the solution, like my brother Men put it right there. So Juju, You have your minutes. I know the time is approaching us, and I know you and William, you have to have your chances before I give everybody else a final remark. But you guys, if you can minimize your time, that will be really great. So, Juju, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be really brief and quick, because I did the weekly highlights, and I read. I just want to educate a little bit because we are here for education. I took some points that CD Man Gabriel has given us. It's his view. It makes us look in a brighter way too. Like I didn't even think that the mothers or the women have influence on their sons to revenge, you know. So this is really good. And I took some points that I'm gonna go through later. But thank you for coming in, and hopefully we'll see you around. And one thing that I wanted to because when Abel Khan made an accusation, he directed to me because I was the one that that read the weekly highlights, and I think he's gone. And if he's there, it's good if he's gonna listen. I just wanted to talk about credible sources. That's why I jumped in. Um, when we come and talk, we usually use credible sources. We just don't come and talk or accuse somebody from nowhere. And I'm just going to take a few minutes, Pal, if you may allow me. Credible source.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah. A credible source. Yeah. A credible source means that it's reliable, it's accurate, and it's trustworthy. So when I came and read the highlights, it's from credible sources. And a credible source is written by authors that are respected in their field of work. And they're responsible, they're credible authors, and we always check for accuracy and support. I know sometimes the news hurt somebody. We shouldn't get emotional, you know. So when I read that at least 7 unified forces were killed and 10 others injured when they were on the boats traveling, they were attacked by the Apadang youth. I think Abel Kon got offended. I know how it feels, but it's check your news, go to Radio Tamazuch. It's right there. It's not Nile Nation Network. It's not Jojo. It's just Radio Tamazuch. And when we talk that, also that when we spoke about when I highlight about the youth that went from Apadang that went and attacked the governor, the people of Melakal that were welcoming the new governor at the airport. It's not Nile Nation Network. It's South Sudanese News Agency and Sudan's Post. So I just wanted to make that clear because Abel Kon came and direct this to me and to Nine Nation Network. It wasn't me. And for the audience out there, you can go and check for that. And thank you. That's all I just want to clarify the air, you know? Thank you.
thank you so much sister جوجو. زي ما عرب بيقولوا انت عايزه تطلع منها زي شعر من عجينه.
من العجين بس.
Yeah, شعر من عجينه. Okay, so you clear it's up to Abel Kon to trust you on that one or not. But yeah, you know, at the end of the days, people say things. We get news from here and there, right? But it's still the truth lie there. the truth is still there, right? And really, as we come to these shows, right, it's because we feel that for so many years our people are hurting, are hurting. That's why we start raising our voices too, so at least we can talk about it. Otherwise, if we don't talk about it, there will be a lot of misunderstanding, and you don't know what to decide, right? And you will find yourself in the wrong place, right? But it's good that we come out, we talk about it, we corrected ourselves and things like that. I think it's healthy. It's just only the thing that we try to make sure that we don't tolerate. We don't. Are you okay there? Okay. We
Yeah, yeah, I'm good.
don't
I'm good.
tolerate any incitement or
Mm.
personal attack. Right. Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Sister Juju, for doing that. With no further ado, we will go to. I know I'm aware of the time. It's 11:09 now on my time. Maybe in Western Canada and US, I think it's already 2 o'clock or something like that. Sorry about that. We almost close to finish. My brother William, your take on the issues that happening in uh, Lagos State, Warab, and Unity State, and Northern Bahar Ghazal. The youth. I don't know. Did I repeat that the same question to you? Now I get confused, or I left you behind to answer that at the end. Did I repeat it myself? If I repeated myself, you can say, "Hey, you asked me. I answered that earlier." But the floor is yours.
Yeah, the guns issue is relating to many things. Yes, there are cultures who a culture is a learned things, of course. That we in Shuluk is so embarrassing, so shame that you can go and raid cattle to come and marry. Never. But in other cultures, maybe it is a given things. Now, the gun in the hand of the civilian, is Mir was saying that men was saying that disarmament is that's one of the solution. Yes.
Before you go, you mentioned something good there, and I remember my brother Men also he mentioned something. Yes, maybe in Cholo, because maybe the dowry for the marriage is not that high. But when it's come to tribe like Dinka, Nuer, so it seemed to be the price of dowry is so high. It's maybe something the traditional leader need to fix. So at least the youth will see, hey, the marriage is easy. So why should I go? I have enough cows. I have 10 cows here. I can marry a wife instead of me gonna go raid hundreds of cows so I can be able to marry. So he mentioned that maybe yes, with the Cholo community, maybe is not gonna be there because the marriage is so easy. But within the other tribes, like Dinkas and Nuer, the marriage dowry is high. Can you agree with that? If that could be the reason?
No, I cannot agree with that because
Okay.
if,
Yeah, it's up to
if
you.
we if we yeah, if we agree with that, then we are as human we are forgetting about morality. Okay, that is a core human principle. Even in the holy books, do not steal, do not kill. Okay, do not lies. That is not a book for the shuluk. It's a book for a human. Okay, so those things. If we said because of the cattle, I need a dowry, and then I have to kill another people. You are now going against the God teaching commandment, leave alone human. So those principle or those the spiritual value, we have them traditionally that we being taught to respect, not to steal, not to do anything, not to lie us. So if we are saying that is because of dowry, and then I can go and kill other human like me. And then where is the teaching of the church? Where is the teaching of tradition? That is wrong. It have to be condemned, right? It's not good. We have to teach our children that is not good. Dignity is very important. You have to bring your wife in a dignity way and your children. It is shame that you can marry the woman and lay down with her and bring children to the world, and then you have actually killed people before and brought the cows. That teaching is wrong. I think all of us as the people of Southern Sudan, is shame on us to tolerate that. It's just a habit that can be not tolerated. But if it is something we glorify, that is another thing, you know. So if we say that it is because cattle is too much, then the leader have to say we have to reduce it if it is causing people harm. What is it? And you can marry the woman today, maybe your relation didn't go with that woman, you divorce. And then what about the cattle? You just kill other people yesterday. So it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong, and that is should be the song. So there is two things I can say: redemption and prevention. If we took it from the size of redemption, that we have to redeem the situation that causing people, then one of solution is to reduce the number of the cattle. If it is the reason, okay, to prevent it, the laws has to be there. But no, the problem is the gun. The gun is one of you said, you know, we watched the video before. If the two neighbor was just fighting in America about the ice, snow. So why do you put snow behind close to me? They argue. The other neighbor went to the home. He came back with a gun. It was like a joke. You cannot believe that. You can search it on the internet. Over the snow in this February. And then the guy knocked down the couple right away, killing them, tack on them. I don't know what. Because you committed a crime already. How can you leave? It's too heavy. The police is coming to take you, or even if police don't take you, how can you live with that guilt? So he went into his home and he shot himself. When the police come, all them gone. Snow is nothing. Their house, bigger house is nothing. So the availability of this killing tool in the hand of the people, if they have a stick in their hand, they could have beaten themselves up and the ambulance can come and take them. But when you have a gun in your hand, you just go to the butcher who give me kilo واحد ولا كيلتين ولا كيلو وربع وما بعرف بيكو بتاع اذا اعطاك مثلا لحمه فيه عظم كتير. انا شفت الكلام ده عندهم. اذا قلت يا اخي اللحم ده ما كويس، انت مالك يا اخي انت ما كويس وما بعرف بيكو بتاع، وعنده السكين وقام زعل وبيعمل لك سكين زي ده في يده. Because this is the tool in his hand. He will do like this. والله انت والله انت بالاسر لو ما خايف من انا ممكن اعمل لك كده. Because this is a tool in his hand. So when we're giving people this poison in their hand, they're hurting themselves and they're hurting other people. But they are innocent, as I'm saying. The government should do something. If we have a government and Mian is there, he's here, he's in the government. If they are a government, they have to protect people. Protection, my brother Gabriel, protection, provision of what people need, and defending people, which we don't see. Like in Malakal yesterday, tap, 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 tap. What is this? The gun is there, and then you just shoot it on other people who you don't even know. It's craziness. Yeah. So, and in terms of what Brother Abel said, yes, we don't like to come here and talk about Apadang, but that, look, Brother Abel, I think, look, the president of America, Trump, do you know why he was impeached twice? It's because of insurrections and incitement. That's two things. He did call his follower and went and they did a riot. As a result, 6 people was killed. So you yourself, you Abel Cohn and Billy Luke and many others, when you incite the people, the world is watching you and people are seeing you. Do you think that one, that language, will just go without reaction from other people? The young people, whether they are you denying them, they will stand up because you're giving them message already that do not tolerate this one and we are behind you. Go kill, go this one. No, when thing happen, we become in a defensive position, which is normal for a human. Nobody can accept to be accused, nobody. But the truth, as Pell said, is there. You know, if we try to avoid being in a defensive position, and I don't think that you can really take us as your enemies when we talk the truth, unless really there is something we are not willing to give up and we need to fight for it. But if it is, the truth is there, the social media is speaking loud, and the action on the ground is speaking loud, and that is the facts. We can deny it. As Bush said, you can run, but you cannot hide. You know? So yes, those are the news, not from us. And we have to share it with consumer that what we got is saying this one.
I have
So this
just
is what
sent
I
you
can
the link of Radio Tamasi for you to read it
yeah.
and tell me where say Padang used were the one attacking that boat. And I will
Yes.
respond to you shortly
Yeah,
after.
yeah, you are right. I'm relating this to you. That is what I'm saying. That your language, Billy Luke language, and Wilson language, and even the elders of Apadang in the Jing Council, their language itself lead to this. That's why, as I mentioned, Trump has been impeached because of the language. But when you say something that incite people to do something, who will be accused? You will be accused. The language itself is a crime because the language tell people to go and talk. You are from Danka. I know you go after cattle. You just go after the cow or bull and say, oh, McQuay did. You will make them fight. Just the bull, even the chicken, rooster. You can just encourage them to go and fight. So the same language you use and other people use here, it killing people. But now we can defend ourselves for sure. Nobody tell you don't defend. You have right to defend yourself. But the truth, nobody can hide from the truth.
Mr.
I say
William,
something
let us
because
not divert the topic and
let
focus on
me Pal,
Apadang. Let us go back to the topic.
yes, we will go
Please.
back to the point.
So let me put this way.
Just a minute,
Uh,
Pal, Jog, just a minute.
yeah, maybe because that time is it's kind of against us.
Yeah,
I want to give 2 minutes to any of you for final remarks, if you guys can allow me to do that.
I just want to respond to this. Just
Yes.
a minute.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You know, William Goldit, and yes, of course, I'm a Dinka. Cannot deny. I'm also related to Shiluk. I'm related to Nuer in so many ways. Because we have intermarriage, I say earlier in this show that the Jiang Padang and Upper Nile states are more related to Shiluk to Nuer than any Dinka in Barkazal and anywhere. Because they've been living together for centuries. My family married from Nuer. I married from Nuer myself. And I'm proud of that, of this, the bond that we have created as a family. My brothers have also married from Nuer. My father has a wife from Shiluk. My nephew married from Shiluk. So
Abel,
we are
we are not here.
really one family.
You know about your
But I want to ask Mr. Goldie here.
Hold on, Juju. Let Abel make his remarks. Sorry.
When you talk about incitement, I don't know what the incitement that we actually say, then speaking on behalf of those who say that the issue between these communities, which is the issue of the land grabbing, cannot be solved through the violence. Padang has never grabbed a weapon to chase away Shiluk because of the land issues, and Shiluk have never come and attack us because of the land issues. What take us all to Unamis, it was not the result of the land issues. Therefore, it cannot be used in a say that it was actually a general that formed an agolic because of the land issues. So Padang is not inciting any violence. We have never come here to social media. I've never come here to come and say, let us go and attack Shiluk because of the issue of Malakal, the issue of the land that we have between the communities. It has never happened. But we are telling the truth that the ancestral land, the eastern part of the Nile, the border between these two communities is all known. It's all known. So there's no incitement from my word when I say that Malakal belong to me. You are also claiming that Malakal belongs to you. That Nagdia belong to you. Therefore, if I come and say that
he is talking, nothing he can do to the kids right now. Just let us focus this
community to go and fight. I have never come here and said that let us actually take a war and attack our neighbors. It has never happened. So, Mr. Goldit, I'm not inciting any violence. We are not inciting any violence. But the media have never incited any violence. Therefore, it's the same you are talking on behalf of your community. I am also talking on behalf of my community. And so is talking the same thing. So how can we solve these issues? We have made our case clear. Then let us go through a litigation. The issue of whether the issue of the land can be only solved through the court system. So this is what I just want to say. The post that the link I say, Jojo, you have mentioned Padang name. In that news, there's nothing mentioned about Padang. An attack.
Did you check the South Sudan news agency?
You need to give some other people time, please.
Okay. So can I say something? Can I say something? I will leave you guys go back to the resources and everybody go back to the resources and things like that. So you guys can check the credibility of the information that you guys give. I have no problem to do with that. But what I'm trying to say here, as we gonna come back to our topic, what we were been talking about, the why is the role of the traditional leaders is not show the importance of the traditional leaders in South Sudan. As we were talking, I realized there is two things which can make us to agree on it or maybe not to agree on it. Okay, or maybe it could be one thing, right? The role of the traditional leader, if for say we say the government has nothing to do with them giving them the power or not giving them the power, but we know that within the government everything is kind of politicized, okay, to the point that traditional leaders, even they don't know their roles in a way. But at the same time, the guns being in everybody's hand, that also can play a big role into the traditional leaders really not executing their duty or their mandate fully, right? Because they are intimidated with the youth having guns, right? Leave alone all the problems that come with the guns on the youth hands. So as we are coming to our conclusion, right? I want you to also to come with your summary after this discussion. Leave alone that we maybe sometime we drag out a little bit and then we come back. But on your final remarks, what do you think, in your own words, and maybe all of you can agree that yes, these problems have to be fixed this way, right? So at least our traditional leaders can play their full role. Let me give you 2 minutes each, and then from there we're gonna. I think we're gonna end up our show, and we can some of us who are Western world can go to sleep. In Australia, maybe go to take coffee somewhere in the evening, and those who are in Sudan, they can, or in South Sudan, they can go and do their daily things, right? So, what is your what do you think? What will be the solution here, or just in your final remarks, was mentioning those the problems of guns being in the hand of the youth. How can we really make sure the traditional leaders' role can come back to life? I will start with Mabor. I think we can. I hope we can hear you this time. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. And the first thing that I will say, thank you, Uncle Min. Before, when I word that if there is a huge person that can even be taken off by a very small person that cannot even take off the huge person. It's just true. And the person who is talking now is the person that pays, and he's the person that also too in that town called Leg State. I born in Leg State, although I'm Manuel. If your mom happen to be, because in our culture, the firstborn always go and born from his grandparent home and remain until when he become a 5 or 6, then they have to take him back. It happened. I was there, so I know little bit culture about the Lagos State. So the situation always blaming on your leader, which is something, and you, the leader behind him, does not give him a good advice that he's supposed to listen to you, because you are the future of tomorrow. And if you got spoiled by your leader in the top, what next? And that's why when I was saying everything is through political motivation. And yet, if kill your brother who is at home, and you will be remaining alone doing politics, that will be here. Like you said it, mother could even son that you are the only. It happened maybe you already passed it from your mom, which is my grandmother, or it happened to someone that related to you, that you witnessed the situation. Be here. Who's going to hand that? Cause all the problem that we are in today. Yes, we have a long run from the begin this SPLM, and I believe in that time you were not a part of the beginning, but you joined later. You faced the same, and it enrolled from that time until today. Fix it. Let we, the SPLM, fix ourselves. The people that feed us when we were in the bush as an agriculture people who feed us for all this, now become our enemies. That we're killing them. This is acceptable. And I will stand because my minute is finished. So thank you for giving me that minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I know I don't want to repeat myself again, but anyway, I would like to thank you also for making your remarks. My brother Main, you have your 2 minutes. Your final remarks, please. Unmute
Yes.
yourself.
So, all right. So, let me take exactly 2 minutes. Yes. So, let me summarize like this: for our traditional leaders to be independent or act like our previous independent traditional leaders, we want to train them because the traditional leaders fall under the local government governance. So we want, as a South Sudanese, to train all of them, the traditional leaders, for them to discover their role in the community as a community leaders. 1, 2, we want our
Main, you kind of freeze.
His network is cutting off. This is the time where they cut off in Juba.
Yeah, let us give him a few seconds. Maybe he's gonna come back. Okay, maybe till he's back, or we can hear him again. Maybe Brother Otto,
Look
please,
forward to come back.
your finals remark. Yeah, he's out. Yeah, Brother Otto, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I think the topic is very clear. We need our people to understand the role of traditional leader. And that's why we are sitting here. If you look at it, the government is actually encouraging the militias to intimidate the traditional leader. And we saw that what happened in Malakal last couple of weeks and what happened yesterday. All those militias that get encouraged to intimidate them. So if you look about what we are discussing all this time, there's 3 things we give example on it: land grabbing and cattle raiding and early marriage. All those things, they are really role of traditional leader. But let me just make this remark. There is something you guys said, maybe Shuluk, they don't have a problem because the marriage is like 10 cow and all those things. True, Shuluk, they get married with the 10 cow. But there is something missing. People, they need to understand. Those 10 cow
Sorry,
is not the point.
I think I didn't say 10 cows, but I say less dowry. I say less
Okay.
dowry. Yeah.
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 But someone mentioned 10 cow. Let me just make this clear.
Okay.
You know, in the the Shuluk, they are very restricted with the value, and they are very restricted who is coming. First of all, they have something called credit check. For you, for your family, not the 10 cow or not the marriage you are coming for. They have to make sure you are somebody by being guided by the value of human. Like Mr. William said it. In the 10 commandments, there's 2 things we need to get out from there. One, don't steal and don't kill. I will go with the stealing. If one of your family, according to Shuluk tradition, steal something before, or not a cow, but something, is going to be a bad credit for your family. Even to get married is not easy. That's what I just want to make to those who looking to the less dowry in Shuluk area. So what I'm trying to say is this: the land grabbing, as I said it before, in Upper Nile, we saw what happened last week and what happened yesterday. Some of traditional leaders that get intimidated because they are telling the truth and they are doing their role. Therefore, the government is not encouraging the traditional leader to do what they're supposed to be doing. So our brother Abel, I love when he start coming inside this panel. He's living in the denying world.
Maybe because he is out now, we don't need to.
Well, he is listening.
But you can.
Let me make this point.
You don't need to.
Let me make. Okay, I'm not going to talk about him, but let me make this point. He just want to throw his stone and run away, so he don't want to listen to the other people what they're going to say.
You can make your remarks, but you don't need.
That's what I'm trying to make my remarks.
Yes, please.
So
go ahead.
He's living in denying war because he's not understanding what the people are saying. What happened in Malakal, who cannot deny it? Even the way he said it. He said, Apadang didn't go to welcome the governor. At the same time, he said they are protecting the government officer. That's a contradiction. Yeah. How you say you are not going to welcome the governor at the same time you are protecting him? Who did that then? Because people that was in airport. Who did that? So we cannot make excuse in this point. Apadang, they commit the crime and they have to be brought to the book. What we try to say here, what happened really is very sad. I'm very sorry to say that, but it's very sad. If we continue in that way, tomorrow the others they will going to cry. Because we respect the rules and we respect the government, let them take over and let them try to come at least to apply the rule in Upper Nile State. Otherwise, it's going to be a very dangerous situation to the others.
Yeah. So I think the message is clear. I don't want us to get diverted back. I keep saying the truth is there. Abel Kon can come and defend whatever his argument. You make your argument, but at the end of the day, trust me, the solution is not with you too. The solution is down there. But it's just what we are trying to do is just let us educate our people. So at least if there is a chance that maybe people can live in harmony again, that is what we're trying to do here and say the truth, right? There is a lot of things that we will be saying. Maybe Abel Kon will not like, you will not like, but the truth is there. And the truth is bitter. Not everybody can swallow the truth. So it's that is the fact there. But yes, so we don't waste a lot of time. You make your point, and it was clear. I don't mean to stop you, but if there is one last point just to do with the traditional leader that you want to finish, please, you can go ahead so you don't feel like I was not fair to you.
Yeah, my last point, I just want to make sure the government need to understand what the role of traditional leader has. They are doing it now. The Makam Garawe, when we were in Malacca a long time ago. Those people, they are solving the problem, community problem. But now they get beating, they get spreading, they get a lot of things going around their life. So the problem we have now, that's why we bring this topic. We need to talk about it because we need to get some other people, they don't understand what the role of traditional leader. Maybe they don't have in their community, but it's our role also as Nine Nation Network to send this message to them. Let them get this message right. Traditional leader is the people who can protect and take care of communities. And we know that very well. If the community there is a criminal, if we don't finger finger them out, it's going to be our issue, and we continue to have a problem among ourselves. So what I'm trying to say here is this: the issue of traditional leader is not taking place in Southern Sudan because of government and institution is not fixed. We need to fix all those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you make your remarks. you keep going, but you remind me of something good before I give chance to William. I remember those Mahakim al Garawiya, those of Utu al Jago, and those of Deng Faraj, right? If you heard those names before, I keep in the areas of Dangar Shubu and Bam, they were playing a big role. You commit a crime, they take you there. You're going to pay some goats and some cows, things like that, if you made a mistake. If you don't mind, I need to move to William. If you are done there, Uto.
And me too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna come, Juju. You're gonna close everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, William, please. Your 2 minutes.
I will be quick. Yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning that I think there is echo. Yeah, there are the role of the traditional leader is very important for the numbers of the reason I just mentioned in the beginning. First, as a young country, we need to transform our institution into democratics, institutions. So to do this, it has to deal with a public mobilizations, and to mobilize people, you have to start with the grassroots. So the people who are connected to the grassroots, they are traditional leaders. So it could be easier for us to just equip people with the knowledge through their leader at the level of the grassroots. So it's very important. If we want to improve the people's life, economically, we have to also use their leaders, and then whether we are introducing the agricultural modernity or whatever, and then we can do it through their leaders. Okay, if we have also to take issues to the parliament, the people who understand what are the issues at the grassroots level are the traditional leaders, because they are connected to people. So again, they can advocate for their own people and then present their grievance or their program for development to the parliament. So it's very important. Now, for us to do this one, I think my suggestion here would be a full recognition of their role by the government. They have to be recognized. And then we are talking about the parliament. So it's very important that we create the council for traditional leaders or traditional chief. So that is where they can exercise they can brainstorm, they can debate about the issue for their local communities, and also paying them wages, because they are just volunteer. Nobody pay them, and then we are shifting. They have to be paid, and then they have to be equipped with the telephone or whatever. Only you see the government official, they are the one who have telephone, their money being paid in the hotel or whatever, their bill being paid. But those people who are serving people at that level of the grassroots, they don't have salary. So they need to be considered to be paid too, so they can do the better job. And Mian was saying that we will give them a responsibility. No, we don't give them. They have the responsibility already. We just need to retain the responsibility. It need to be kept. not to intervene into there, just to recognize it. Another thing is implementation of the peace. That is very, very important, because when the peace is implemented, you know, the people who are going after kettles or whatever, they will be busy doing their business, because there is a lot of opportunity, employment, you know. So implementation of the peace is very, very important. And then if we implement, also the government, federal government, they need to respect the jurisdictions of other institutions. Like recently, we have the governor of Upper Nile. What happened? When they have a meeting, you have Tutkeo and you have Dr. Martin, and they putting pressure. Why should you put pressure? That is a different jurisdiction. You have to respect that. And as you put it clear that nothing come from up. This man was really trying to set, guy, respect me. I'm a governor. Respect me. You know. So the federal government have to trust the people at the other lower level of the government to do their work. You know. So that is the thing I can say it. And also providing the services, because you cannot use the money inside Juba, wasting them on the hotel. You know, many foreigners, they become rich. You know, because they are the one running the hotel or restaurant. So we spend the money there, and then the people is serving in the town. What do you think they will do? They will just go after each others. But if we provide a service to the areas, you know, who care about going after another person possession? You know, so those are the things I can uh, suggest, that our government, whether the government which is coming now, according to the peace agreement, that the recognition of the role of traditional leader is very important, and then create the council, because they need to know themselves too. If the Nuer, Shuluk, Danka, Maban, whoever named them, Kwakwa, our sister is here, and all, if we want to know ourselves, our traditional leader, they can build a council and then they can interact with each other. When we is their subject, when we see that, we follow them. They are a friend together. They work together. And then why not? We also at the lower level, we work together too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know it's almost Otto is falling asleep there. So, and also we don't want to lose our viewers that are in Australia and the rest of the world. So, with no further ado, Sister Juju, your final remarks. 2 minutes.
Thank you. I thought you forgot about me, Mr. Pell.
I can do
The
that. I can do
35%
that.
is still here.
Yes, yes,
35% is still here.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. To bring us back to conclusion, why the role of the traditional leaders is very important. The traditional leaders, I think their role is very important. Like we said, uh, they should be included. One of the solutions is that it is important for the traditional leaders' decision making to be involved in the transitional government of national unity. And the government has to make sure that the traditional, because we feel that the traditional leaders have been ignored, it's good that if the government can involve their decision, because they know their community members or their communities or their tribe better than anybody else. And because of the trust, like I said, there's a trust between the members and their community leader. And to bring peace in the communities, like tribal conflicts, we need to involve the community leaders' decision in that. And I like what CD Men has said, that we should separate the traditional leaders. It was very clear when he made, we should separate the traditional leaders from political parties, because we don't want things like this to happen, like somebody, a chairman of a certain tribe, coming and taking sides where the other community members lost people have been killed. As a community leader or a chief or a traditional leader, you should come and condemn. If my Kakwa people went and attacked some youth, say in Malakal or in Upper Nile, I will
That
come
is
here
far
as a
away from
community
you.
leader.
That is far away from you. Can you pick up somebody close to you?
That's the closest I can go, because you're here, pal.
Far away. Okay, go ahead.
If the youth from, say, the youth from Yei River State went and attacked people in Upper Nile, I will come here and I will condemn the youth from Yei River State. So we should not confuse or we need to separate our political parties from being a leader, because if this is what led us to the problems now in South Sudan. That's where we are here talking about it. As I'm going to say it, because I'm concluding. Abel Khan, if you're listening, as a community leader, you need to condemn the youth of Apadang from attacking, not coming here and defending them. That's just an example that I'm giving. That's why South Sudan has no peace up to now. There's war everywhere. We need to separate community leaders from political parties, from youth, and all that. I like what Men had said, and I hope that the disarmament too. That's why we're always talking about security arrangements. Security arrangements. If the weapons have been collected from cattle keepers, from the youth, peace. I believe peace will come to South Sudan. And thank you guys for giving me that chance. And to not to forget, we will try to raise awareness for the women not to have influence on their sons to go and pay revenge. So that has been noted. So we'll take that into account too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all of you. What I can just say here in regard to our topic today, of the why is the role of the traditional leaders it's important in South Sudan. We realize that the role of the traditional leader is not being executed well, and for a numbers of reasons. There is the government is politicizing everything, and I mentioned earlier, even I put it in a sense of humor, that a lot of chiefs now, they went to the capital cities and they are just staying there drinking Coke and Pepsi, and that by itself, I think, the kind of losing the trustworthy that they inherit from their ancestor, that they're supposed to be truthful when they are there in the villages solving the issues that are arising. And of course, we cannot deny. Of course, they have to be biased when they are in the cities, because that is, they are there in the cities. They are not cultivating. They are not doing anything. So they rely on the government to give them small incentives so their life can keep going. So for that reason, they will be biased. But when they are in the villages, when they deal with the issue of small courts or mahakim al-qarawiyya, when the person is proven guilty, they find the person, right? And when those payment come to pay, it could be goats or cow and things like that, they help themselves with that. They don't need to be paid any incentive. So for that reason, they are trustworthy, because they don't need anything from the government, and they are not biased to anyone. They try to be truthful. Of course, we will not deny that the guns that that are in the hands of youth, it's a big intimidation to these traditional leaders. They cannot do their job well, because they are also afraid from youth having the guns, because when somebody has a gun, they don't respect nobody. So and for that reason, their role to play their role clearly, it's start lacking in the rural areas and in the villages. So the only solution that will come, that we need an ultimate peace in South Sudan, so our traditional leaders can come, because it's there in chapter 5, the role of the traditional leaders. So if there is a real peace, so they can do their work well and ease the burden on the courts that are happening, because they will take some issues and they try to resolve it. With no further ado, I will like to say thank you to our viewers for coming and joining us tonight. We will come again next week with different topics. Please, as we let you know every time, we are not the expert. We are coming here to learn, but also we try to stimulate our grassroots, so at least they can be in power and stand for themselves, and also bring peace in South Sudan. So I would like also to thank you, Brother William, Brother Otto, and Brother Mabor. And this 35%, we wanted to go to up to 50%, Sister Juju. Thank you so much, guys. And I would like to say good night, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And thank you so much. And love to see you next week again with a different topics.
This time, start with the Juju, please. Start with 35, okay?
Next time, start with Juju. Okay. So I wish you all a good night. And please, if you're going out, don't take us out with you. Okay. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
No, I think we're certified. They will be in certified.
Pal, makan fish of the debate. Yeah.
You hear it?
Yeah.
People were saying that I'm hearing it. You guys can
hear it. We can hear it.
Before makan fish.
Good night, guys. Don't take us out with you. If you're going out,
I have to take
you next week.
My grandpa told me that my location pero kajuna kuliro la durunda dema onyelo mutu kala tunoka nebe wuti ikasimiro na wayo kuyase kumonyelo mirona amedangiro nonuna uramiro nabo amedangiro nonuna urakakitami amedangiro nonuna uranyiro nakoyo amedangiro nonuna urakasopomi napokumiro yongana midokodo kumadeba Wamunye nyirona, Otakinda no kananga. Adida mede ilo, Lobo na midido, Akinye mido, Hiro langi lo, Mahimba miro nikana. Dinu keti manabo, Adebu niro nikana. Odere do mira lobo, Adebu niro nikana. Adiri janabo, Yumire de katikani. Kumote na rukate.
Are you guys hearing it? It's good? Kill the and let it die.
Facebook, Facebook.com. Tiniko, Apaka, Ake, Kise,